file or Excel spreadsheet.
Is it the only thing on here?
It's the only.
Mayor, a reminder to sign in again. How do I do this? I have to do the roll call first.
You have to resume the meeting first.
No. Oops.
Did you sign up?
Yeah.
Yeah?
From
Okay.
home. I went online. See if it works.
Hold on, did you finish?
What? I didn't do it again yet.
Items not on the agenda?
Skill is absent.
I know, because I didn't do it yet. Now I want to know if I can do this, right? No. Come on. Shit. It won't let me. No. All right, fine.
Well, I you're on your own deck.
Huh? They're all signed in? Okay.
For the next one, I have pictures I've taken
Back
about
to attendees. Yay. Okay.
school, and I need someone just to draw like arrows. So this is the driveway. This is the wheelchair ramp. These are the stairs to access. And this is where you're going to block with we're going to put those concrete barriers. Where there's only one pedestrian entrance to the whole place,
On this?
and it's right
Yeah,
where
it'll go when we go.
Yeah, LA Gold. Yeah, right there. If they block it, you have no pedestrian. You have to go through the driveway.
See?
Cars coming in and out with handicapped people. Okay, so,
And I'm just with him.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that this was one and then there was another separate one. Okay, I should have
Is this all
them.
that it shows? It doesn't show
Yes.
the bottom part?
Well, no, it'll show the other part.
Oh, okay.
We are back from closed session, and now is time for recognitions and presentations. The time is 7:01, 7:03. And as the council members are heading into the well, we will let you know that Vice Mayor Fish arrived at 5:35 p.m. for the record, and we've done a roll call, and he is back and able to vote.
We can't hear you.
Okay, we will begin with the recognition of outstanding life-saving efforts performed by athletic trainer John Rivas at the Culver City High School. Right down.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome. And thank you so much, Jonathan, for your bravery and your courage in saving the life. Great. Would you like to say something first?
Well, I'll wait, and then I would like to present some stuff as well, too.
Great, wonderful. All right, so this is presented in sincere appreciation of your swift, skilled, and heroic response during a track meet emergency involving a 14-year-old student. When a student suddenly collapsed and became unresponsive, you promptly assessed the situation, identified cardiac arrest, and immediately initiated high-quality CPR. Your decisive application of an automated external defibrillator and delivery of a life-saving shock restored a pulse prior to the arrival of emergency responders. Your preparedness, professionalism, and commitment to the safety of others directly contributed to saving a young life and reflect great credit upon yourself and our community. So congratulations again, and thank you so much.
And I just wanted to say a few words real quick. What Jonathan did was nothing short of amazing. So when there is usually a tragic event or something happens, a lot of people freeze or run, not sure what to do, and he acted immediately and did exactly what he was trained to do, but what also saved a life. And so within the first few minutes of cardiac arrest, if there are no compressions, if someone's not delivering a shock, the chances of survival significantly drop. So it was because of him that there's now a kid that's going on and playing sports for the rest of his life. So solid work. I do have something to present to you here from Zoll. So this is also a certificate right here from Zoll. And then I do have some challenge coins, which are a sign of trust, respect, and courage. So I have one from our department and Zoll as well that I'm going to give you right here. Here you go, Mayor. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Good job.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to do a photo.
Next, we are doing a recognition of outstanding life-saving efforts performed by lifeguards Adriana Escueda, Graciela Galvan, Callan Lehman, and Jesus Santiago at the Culver City Plunge Swimming Pool. So come on down.
Thank you again to the heroes of our community here today. And I will go ahead and read the certificate of recognition. So presented in honor of your outstanding service and life-saving response to a medical emergency at the Culver City Plunge. When a 73-year-old swimmer suffered cardiac arrest, you acted immediately, entering the water, removing the patient, initiating CPR, and delivering 2 AED shocks prior to the arrival of the fire department. Your swift, decisive actions and commitment to public safety saved a life. The City Council proudly commends your professionalism, teamwork, and dedication to our community. Thank you again.
Good job.
Yeah, well, once again, I just wanted to highlight this as well. Is this on? Check. You guys hear me? The same thing that I just said. These individuals acted not only decisively, but they worked together as a team. So it's not everybody's in there doing compressions, but it's working together as a team before the fire department even showed up. So that's opening the gate, calling 911, remaining calm, getting everybody out of the pool. So they go through training not really expecting that to happen, but they rose to the occasion, which is amazing. And because of that, we actually have Debbie with us here today in the audience. If everyone could turn around. She is here today because of their bravery and their courage. So great job, you guys.
And we do have Crystal Alexander who would like to say something as well. So if you don't mind, after the photos, just staying up there for a moment and letting her.
Thank you. I just want to offer thanks on behalf of the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission for all that you did. I remember going over to the pool and watching some of the work that's required to become a lifeguard and to be able to respond as you did, as Brian Sua said. That's just wonderful, because our plunge is one of the jewels of the Parks and Recreation Department, but without you and the work that you do, we don't have that. So thank you for everything you've done.
Everyone from the plunge, if you're a staff member there, we're going to do a group photo. So if you can come down to the well, please.
You call them out, they're not going to get it. Debbie down as well.
Yeah, that's good. She's got.
Perfect. We're gonna get a few pictures here. Are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1.
Yay, Debbie.
And then if you could stay for one more picture, Jonathan and Ebony, if you guys don't mind coming on up. And the rest of the fire department as well, too.
Here's my award. That's for John. Take one.
All right, we'll go here first. We'll relate with you first. Okay? One over here. Awesome. 3, 2, 1. Yes, I am too. Perfect. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
No, I will. Thank you.
All right. For those who are able, would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wow.
All right, I will now read our oral statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielina people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. And there was nothing to report on in closed session. And we will go to community announcements, starting with is there anyone from, okay. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one announcement. I want to let everybody know that the Exchange Club is having a night of music, dance, and good cheer on April 11th at 7 p.m. Starts at 7, ends at midnight at the old NFL building, which I believe is 10950 Washington Boulevard. It's a fundraiser, and all proceeds will go to help out Backpack for Kids. Once again, it's April 11th from 7 to midnight at 10950 Washington Boulevard. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Before the announcements, I'd like to congratulate both the mayor and the vice mayor on their recent birthdays. They both occurred last week. Another trip around the sun. I hope it was great. Last Friday, the Chamber of Commerce hosted its 10th annual Women in Business Awards luncheon. It was fantastic. It was incredible honoring these talented, innovative, risk-taking women and the great things that they did. I think we had a great turnout, really successful event, and some inspiring stories that we heard. Tomorrow night is tomorrow day is St. Patrick's Day, so everyone be safe on that day of celebration for all the Irish and those who claim to be Irish on that day. And then really important dates coming up this Wednesday. The 18th is the most recent Sepulveda Connects Design Workshop. It's number 3. It's going to be held at the Senior Center from 6 to 8 p.m. And then we're not going to have another council meeting until mid-April. So I'm going to announce the other 2 dates. This Saturday at Sunkist Park at 9 a.m. It's also a virtual open house. So you can get that link if you go to the culvercity.org and then do a search for Sepulveda Connects. And then also on Thursday, April 2nd at 6 p.m. at Vets Memorial Building. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I just have to, as a personal note of privilege, as a native of New Jersey, I'm so proud of Michael B. Jordan and his Oscar win last night. Congratulations to all the Oscar winners and nominees, and shout out to the One Day that hosted a successful pre-Oscar reception. last weekend. I do just want to lift up that I am super grateful to have been there to participate in the groundbreaking for Jubilo Village last week. Really grateful for all the partners that came together to ensure that project's success. I'm really looking forward to welcoming families into that space, hopefully in a year or so. I do also want to lift up that the draft homelessness plan update will be tomorrow here on the third floor. There is parking validation available, and I believe it is at 7 p.m. So really want to ensure that we hear from as many folks on that, as our housing and homelessness plans are incredibly important. So just want to flag that for folks. And I know spring break is coming up, so I hope everyone has a safe, healthy, and hopefully a little restorative spring break. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Sorry, I wasn't ready. Hi, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember O'Brien, for sharing the Sepulveda Design Workshop. Please, join, make sure your voice is heard. This weekend, I was able to attend an interfaith dinner at Jackson Market celebrating Iftar, the end of Ramadan, Shabbat, and Lent. It was hosted by a number of organizations, including Jewish Voices for Peace, Muslim Public Affairs Council, Culver City Residents for Peace. The funds benefited Heal Palestine, a non-political, non-religious nonprofit delivering urgent relief and long-term aid to Palestinian children. And it was just a wonderful experience. There was, kosher food for the Jewish attendees. There was Palestinian food and Mediterranean food, and it was just a wonderful exchange. I just really appreciate the event and the invitation. Finally, we do not have another meeting until Passover is over, so I want to wish everyone a Chag Pesach Sameach. The holiday starts April 1st. I'll be attending 2 Seders because I love to eat. The first is Temple Akiba that's having their Seder April 2nd at 5 p.m. Actually, that's the second one. The first one is going to be at a Jewish Partnership for LA. They are hosting a Seder at the Vendy Museum from 4 to 7 p.m. on March 22nd. And the theme this year is Liberating Ourselves from Pharaohs. Passover is a holiday marking the Jewish struggle, but also the universal struggle against authoritarianism, and also asks us to welcome the stranger. Because aside from Native Americans, obviously, we were all once strangers to this land, and our struggles and our freedom are deeply intertwined with one another. So happy Passover. I hope it's a wonderful time with your loved ones, and I hope you get some good food. Mayor, that's all for me. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. +1 on the excitement, and congratulations for the groundbreaking of Jubilo Village this past Friday. Also, the city received a present from one of our sister cities, Kaizuka, Japan. It's a water wheel, and it's on temporary display in the first floor atrium by the stairwell. And the goal is to have it permanently installed at the Kaizuka Meditation Garden at the Culver City Julian Dixon Library. They also sent a photo with a group, the delegation that went last year. I know that Councilmember O'Brien is right there, attended the trip, and, yep. Or do you just want that? It's not about me.
I'll do one with you and one without you. That one with the smile. There we go. 3, 2, 1. You can see this online now.
Great.
Former Mayor Dan
Yeah.
O'Brien is in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably should be the one in the photo.
I also have a couple of items to share that can go with the wheel when it's ready to be installed.
Okay.
Great, and I just want to read the message from the mayor of Kaizuka. This wooden sculpture is a special gift from Kaizuka City, created to commemorate 60 years of friendship between Culver City and Kaizuka City, and crafted using the same wood as the water wheel. It features a photograph taken during the ceremony held in Kaizuka City in September, which has been carefully engraved into the piece. Crafted with great care, this work expresses the deep bond and mutual respect that have been nurtured between our two cities over many years. We sincerely hope that you all will enjoy this gift and feel the spirit of friendship it carries. Signed, the mayor of Kaizuka City. Also, this past weekend, I was made aware of a letter that was sent to one of the authors of AB 1537. The bill would prohibit peace officers from being employed by the Department of Homeland Security, or ICE. The concerning part was that the Culver City Police Officers Association was listed as being in opposition to this bill. And while the Police Officers Association has every right to take whatever positions on bills, it was definitely concerning, especially given council's stances on ICE and DHS and our status as a sanctuary city. However, I was able to speak with the president of the POA, and he cleared up that the POA did not authorize use of their logo on this letter, nor did they have any association with the opposition. He called the person who wrote the letter and asked to remove their logo and resend it out. He also let me know that he would let me know when that action had occurred. And that is the end of comments, and we'll go on to joint public comments on items not on the agenda. We'll do 90 seconds each for, I believe it's 13.
And I will read the statement regarding hate speech and decorum. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Meeting attendees are expected to observe the rules of decorum by treating others with courtesy, listening respectfully, providing fair and equal treatment for all persons and matters coming before the City Council, and allowing others to speak without interruption or intimidation. These guidelines help ensure a productive and accessible environment for all members of the public to engage in their local government process. Finally, while the council is here to listen to your comments regarding issues affecting the community, please remember that public comment is not a forum for two-way conversations with council members or other individuals in the meeting. All comments should be directed to the mayor and the city council as a whole.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read off all of our speakers. We have Monica Richardson, Frank Tamarillo, Joy Rodriguez, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, Jack Galante, Nancy Barba, Ronald Ostrin, Patrick Godinez, Renee Rivas, Dora Rivas, Marta Valdez, and Janine Wisnowski. Our first speaker is Monica Richardson, followed by Frank Tamarillo.
So there's a short letter for each of you to have to see what I'm saying here. Good evening, Mayor Puzo and council members. I am concerned about a conflict of interest involving Councilman Bubba Fish, given his employment with Janice Hahn's office in the Board of Supervisors and his work in the transportation policy. Residents need confidence that these decisions reflect the best interests of Culver City, not a narrow agenda. Councilman Fish advocacy for aggressive bike infrastructure raises concern that the voices of seniors, disabled residents, and long-term community members would be overlooked. I urge him to consider recusal from Overland project decisions to ensure transparency and fair representation for all residents. Clearly, the community does not want this, okay? We don't want it. There is a bike lane there already. We need all of the parking, like all of it on both sides of the street. We need all of the designated right turn lanes to remain there, and I would like a report. I have filed to get one from you guys, the report that was made in 2017 when they put those beautiful right turn lanes in, and that you can't take them out. So we'll go, Councilman Fish should recuse himself from the Mobility and Bike Subcommittee, as well as he is biased towards bike infrastructure that actually hurts the flow of our traffic and harms seniors, parents with small children, and disabled people, and shows no care for everybody else in the community for those who need to travel there. If you take away the curb access, this hurts mothers with small children. You hurt everybody who's disabled, and it will stop the flow. I'm here again, and I will be here forever until we stop it, because I drive from National all the way 10, 12 times a week. And I already see the problem that exists, and there was no really ask of how people feel, never mind all the businesses that will be ruined. And I want to thank you so much for giving me this time to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Tamarello, followed by
sorry.
Joy Rodriguez.
Sorry, I just want to quickly, Mayor, if I may, I've consulted with the city attorney on this because it did come up in the previous meeting. So I just wanted to give the city attorney an opportunity to summarize the advice I got in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fish. Yes, we discussed your work with the county, and that work does not present a legal financial conflict that would preclude you from participating in these matters. I'm happy to share more detail if you like, but that's the bottom line answer.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I think that can be it for now. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Frank Tamarello. I'm from COURT, a public safety and technology platform. There is a grant from the Board of State and Community Corrections of up to $1 million that the city has not submitted for. The deadline to submit is March 30th. With the legalization of cannabis, our city is facing new challenges, from managing the impacts of the legal market to the persistent issue of illicit operations. But today, I'm not here to talk about problems. I'm here to talk about a $1 million solution that is sitting on the table waiting for us to claim it. Our company works with grant writers and public safety staff to help agencies use these funds for enforcement, training, and related resources. We're currently working with Azusa PD on similar efforts. My main question is this: who would be the right person for us to speak with about getting a submission in? We're happy to help with the process, whether or not you choose to work with us. It takes under 60 minutes to get started, but it does need to happen now. I also brought some informational handouts about the grant. If anyone would like more details, we must act fast. The deadline to apply, again, March 30th at 3 p.m. If we don't submit our proposal by then, we lose out on millions in state support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free to email that information to the city clerk. Or you can talk to her right now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joy Rodriguez, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good evening. I'm a Culver City resident. Today I'm speaking as a mother raising a family here. When you're a parent, city policies aren't abstract. They affect how you get your kids to school, how you bring groceries home, and whether you can safely park near your home at night. According to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Plan found directly on Culver City's official website, about 78% of Culver City residents commute by driving, while only around 3% commute by bicycling. For families living in apartment buildings along Overland, many whom don't have garages, street parking isn't optional, it's essential. When parking disappears, people don't stop driving. They circle residential streets longer, creating congestion, more pollution, and more frustration for the residents. Parking isn't a convenience, it's a necessity. When you're carrying groceries, mangling strollers, or even bringing tired kids home at night, having parking near your home matters. Removing parking means more stress for families who are already juggling daycare and work. As a mother, safety matters. Asking mothers and families to park further away from and walk longer distances at night changes how safe people feel in their own neighborhood. Transportation planning should serve the entire community, families, renters, workers, and small businesses, not just your small group of privileged users. Because a city that works for families is a city that works for everyone. So I'm asking that you guys please reconsider and not putting bike lanes and taking away parking and right turn lanes on Overland. Same thing as Alenda and Sepulveda.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Marcy Vaughn.
Good evening. It's funny, optics were so huge with Yasmin and Bubba and even Freddie when it came to Dan, but apparently completely doesn't matter with Bubba Fish. So good to know where we stand on that. He should recuse himself for so many reasons, but okay. I'm really going to talk about the fact that Jubilo was the big deal today or yesterday, whatever, when they broke ground. The fact that you all, well, Fish, Pooza, and McMoran, wherever the hell she is, decided to spend 20 million of our taxpayer dollars on this project is still the most horrific thing I think you guys have done in a very long time. And I do not understand how this project is going to spend all of this money and give Bubba's campaign manager's church a free remodel with the subterranean parking and all this, but yet the affordable housing project that didn't ask for a dime is being forced to do zero parking. Like, the hypocrisy, the pendulum swing of what is required and not required, depending on who you're shaking hands with, is out of control. This is unacceptable. You are removing parking, you're saying no parking for low income, and that is not okay. They have cars, they have jobs they need to get to in those cars. So this has got to stop, and you have to do it correctly.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Jack Valenti.
Good evening. My name is Marcy Bond. I am a Parks and Recs Commissioner, but tonight these are my own opinions. I do not speak for the Commission. Obviously, I'm going to speak pro support of saving Overland, saving Sepulveda, and saving Allenda. In 2024, Culver City did a survey to see how many cars versus how many bikes were actually on Overland per day. 15,000 cars on Overland, 52 bikes on Overland. When we talk about taking away parking, I can tell you that as a woman, regardless of the age, if you're walking alone at night, even sometimes during the day, I had someone almost follow me all the way home one day from Vets Park. It's a little freaky, even when you know you can take care of yourself. But if you have your child with you, a young child, or even your teenager, it becomes even scarier. And then if you think about your child having to navigate that late at night or after dark, that becomes even scarier when it's your kid. So please, think about these families, not just the families, think about the elderly who are going to be struggling to get to where they live and to also get to work. We're just going to create more traffic, and that doesn't work for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galante, followed by Nancy Barba.
I have two little short things. I just wanted to uplift that last week, Metro's West Side Service Council passed a motion that chose the future K-line extension, San Vicente Fairfax, as the locally preferred alternative route, which will help connect Culver City and the West Side to Mid-City, West Hollywood, and the Hollywood Bowl through Metro Rail. I'll just say this. Metro has two important meetings regarding K-Line's Northern Extension on March 18th. The Metro Planning and Programming Committee will be meeting, and then on Metro's board meeting on March 26th at 10 a.m. I implore the City of Culver City to write a letter of support for the San Vicente Fairfax locally preferred alternative route to better expand transit to Culver City and nearby neighborhoods. Thank you. And then my second thing, I have time, right? Yeah. Okay. I just want to uplift again that I'm a disabled cyclist that lives in Culver City that uses my bike every day to get around. And I want to ensure that the projects that are coming up have accessibility features that will help all residents of Culver City, including parents with strollers, kids that ride their scooter on the sidewalk, as well as people with mobility aids. A lot of times the bike lanes are a major focus, but I just want to uplift that these projects are including accessibility features that will greatly increase the walkability of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Barba, followed by Ronald Ostrom. Not seeing Nancy. Oh, there she is.
Good evening, Council. Today I want to ask that the Council considering agendizing the use and contracts with Flock and automatic license plate readers. Last week, as I'm sure everyone here knows, because there was a press release about it, there was a community member that was detained outside Culver City Police Department, and we saw the press release. However, the PD says they are not collaborating with immigration agencies. There's been plenty of media that relays that Flock shares the data with federal agencies. And there are steps that cities can take to either not share that data or to end contracts with Flock. So I hope you will consider agendizing, putting this item on the agenda, the contract with Flock and the automatic license plate reader, so that more of our community members that are most at risk right now from immigration agencies are protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronald Ostrom, followed by Patrick Godinez.
Hello, this is Ronald Ostrom. Happy birthday to the mayor and vice mayor. I just want to take a moment to memorialize what a great city this was to grow up in. It was family oriented, it's environmentally conscious, and it worked for the residents. It was great to ride my bike in Culver City. And if you are familiar with Culver City, you know how to take the side streets through the residential streets and avoid a lot of traffic. And the idea of creating a bike freeway on Overland and cutting down the amount of traffic that goes through there, it's going to just create gridlock. We're going to have the same problem we had on Culver Boulevard. You're going to have to spend money to unwind it. And you're going to make the life of the residents miserable. Going to hurt the people with handicaps, going to hurt the people with families, going to put people at risk, and you're not working for the city. There's this ideological thing that if you build it, they will come. Well, the fact is, what you're going to do is end up putting more traffic through the side streets and the residential streets, and it's going to make it worse, not better. And we're going to have total gridlock through the city. And it's clear you don't care what the residents think about. So I hope the residents remember this at the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Godinez, followed by Renee Rivas.
I come and stand before you as a Culver City housing participant. I wanted to congratulate you all on breaking ground for Jubilee Village. I understand it was several years in the making. The city taxpayers have invested so much into this project, $14 million plus in reserves, as well as millions of dollars from our housing authority, which is now depleted. So any further housing or homelessness dollars this fund paid for will now be paid out of the general fund, to my knowledge. With that said, I want to make sure that the selection process for these 90-plus affordable units are equitable for Culver City families that are currently signed up on the city's website under the Section 8 and Housing Choice Voucher waiting list. So please, as soon as you can, post and or send out notices regarding the eligibility criteria, the process, the dates, and deadlines for the Jubilee Village tenant selection. And I also suggest, if possible, inviting HUD into this process for compliance reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Renee Rivas, followed by Dora Rivas.
I had a graphic there. Good evening, council members. My name is Renee Rivas. I'm a longtime resident in Culver City, and I live on Keystone and Braddock Avenue. And I have a disabled daughter, and she goes to a program on Overland Avenue. It's called LA Goal. It's the building just north of the library. And she attends from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Tuesdays, every day, Tuesdays through Friday. And either my wife or I have to drive her and we pick her up because we don't have transportation. And I just recently heard about this Overland project, and I was just flabbergasted personally. I just think, am I living here in the twilight zone? I started thinking about the number of bicycles I saw in Overland, and I didn't remember seeing bicycles. So what I did is I started to count. My wife and I, every time we go now to drop off my daughter or bring her back, we look for bicycles, either northbound or southbound. And last week, this is what we came up with. Those are the times on the left, and these are the number of bicycles we saw driving on Overland. And you see a J there for 9:18 a.m. on Wednesday. That's a jogger. So we had one jogger and 2 bicycles that day, and no other bicycles were ever seen that week. And I'll keep tabs on this and come back and give you some more information. I don't know where you get your data, where you think there's bicycle paths that are needed, that are going to be used by a bunch of people, but I assure you, on Overland Avenue, every time I get on there, I see little to no bicycle activity. So I think you really should reconsider what you're doing. You should really take a look at the data that you use to make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dora Rivas, followed by Marta Valdez.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dora Rivas. You have heard the many reasons why Overland Avenue, or better Overland, is not popular with many of the people in Culver City. All of us are taxpayers contributing to the economy of the city, and all of us, residents, small business owners, churchgoers, will be adversely affected by this proposed changes. Not to mention that, nobody had until tonight, my husband had mentioned that I know LA Goal. LA Goal is a program, a daily program for about 60 to 80 special needs people, ranging from 20 to 65 plus years. Along with the people that attend the program, the staff and individual client staff will be gravely affected by this whole harebrained project. Also, next to the LA Goal program, there is the Adult Culver City School and the public library right next door. Already just those 2 buildings present a great deal of problems because the drivers are so narrow that anybody that has to go in and out of those to the parking lots have to wait on the street while there's 2 or 3 cars coming out onto Overland. I can't even imagine what this is going to become. My husband and I are tallying for the next several weeks, 4 to 6 times per day as I go to the market as well on that street. I strongly urge you to reconsider changes to that street that serves community in a satisfactory manner, and that you stop making Overland worse than it is. Think of what to do that makes it better and safer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marta Valdez, followed by Janine Wisnowski.
I'm here tonight to speak in opposition of the Sepulveda Connects project and about the impact the project will have on small businesses along the Sepulveda corridor. After attending the community workshops, one thing became clear. People kept asking the same questions. Who decided this? Why weren't we notified? And why is this moving forward when so many residents and businesses don't want it? I decided to visit the businesses directly to see if they were aware of the proposal to remove parking in front of their storefronts. Every business that I spoke with told me the same thing. They were unaware of the proposal of removing parking, and they strongly opposed it, especially in front of their stores. For small businesses, customer parking is not optional. It's essential for access, deliveries, and survival of the businesses. No parking means no customers. Next slide, please. Oh, this is my flyer that I made, and this is what I started dropping off to all the businesses along the corridor. Next slide.
Good.
Oh, no, the next slide.
I'm working on it. You can keep
Okay,
talking.
well, so the question before the council, will this project help or harm the businesses on Sepulveda? Please protect parking and community access. Y para mis amigos y mis amistades que viven y que tienen negocios por Sepúlveda, no dejas que council te quitan el parqueo. Usted tiene un voz y usa la voz para que vayas. Y ahí están, ahí están.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski, our final speaker. Janine, are you able to speak? I see that you're unmuted. Are you able to hear me, Janine?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, great. I'm starting by thanking the city for implementing the four-way stop sign at Motor and Braddock. It's already made a huge difference, and now we just have to get people to actually stop, to make full stops. And I do beg people to pay attention at any corner. I'm hoping they all come through the whole Braddock. So thank you. I'd also like to ask about crosswalks there when they're coming. And another thing is about the status of the proposed lobby registry for Culver City. I first raised this in 2020, which is, if you could believe it, 6 years ago. And council has said yes, so I'm wondering where this is. The need is increasingly clear as far as I can see. Several items on tonight's agenda illustrate why transparency matters. Agenda A3 references Jubilo Village, which is a product that involves what many residents see as a $20 million public giveaway. And agenda item A4 addresses the state's transit housing laws and potential zoning changes that could affect developments across the city. And I'm sure we're going to have people from various organizations speaking about that. When issues of this scale come before the council, the public deserves to know who is lobbying for those policies and projects, who will be speaking and on whose behalf. It's a transparency tool used by almost every city in Southern California except for us. So we are ground zero for things like being the first city with a single staircase, because we don't have a lobby registry, among other reasons. It's not about limiting participation, it's about transparency and ensuring that the public has a clear understanding who is advocating for what and on whose behalf. So again, I'm asking you when we can see this before us. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Great, thank you. All right, may I get a motion to receive and file correspondence?
We have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin, a second from Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote.
City Clerk, I'm not seeing a voting module come up for me. Oh, hold on. I think I just realized what it was. There it is. Thank you. Sorry about that.
All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll go to consent calendar next. Are there any items that council members would like to pull? Starting with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. C8.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Just a note on C7, but no pulling. Thanks.
Thanks. Councilmember O'Brien.
No.
Councilmember Warren? Okay. All right. And let's see, there are 5 speakers. Let's go to public comment and 90 seconds each.
Thank you. Our speakers for our consent calendar are Ronald Ostrin, with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin for item C8. Meg Sullivan with 1 minute seated by Steve Rowe for item C8. Shane Henson for item C8. Jack Galante for item C7. And Jeff Horn for item C8. Our first speaker is Ronald Ostrin with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin for item C8.
Hello, this is Ron Ostrin. How are you today? You know, when my mother developed Alzheimer's, I had to find a way to generate some income. So we got a property for her, and it helped her through the last years of her life. And we've kept that property in the family. And it's a real honor to be able to basically give a home in Culver City for people. And, you know, before you put in rent control, I hardly ever raised the rent. But now I kind of have to, because you don't really allow for contingencies and things like that. So when you're talking about this one-time $750,000 state grant, I hope you do not use it to stand up a local right to counsel program. That would not only be a big waste of a potential safety net, but the funds would do so much good as rental assistance, both for short-term and unanticipated emergencies or for longer run assistance. And you have to understand something. In your zeal to feel good about things, by doing whatever you can for your stereotypical vision of landlords, you actually put people like me who are proud of being able to provide a diverse group of people the benefits of living in Culver City. And you make it so we don't want to do it anymore. And if we do, we're going to sell it. They're going to tear it down and build up luxury housing. So please use some common sense when you get these quote unquote grants, and don't just immediately apply it to your own ideological prejudice, or because you're a tenant yourself, you want free legal advice. Do what's right. Help people. Keep the quality of life in Culver City. Culver City. It's a beautiful city, and I kind of see you guys ruining it. So I'd really like you to wake up and do what's best for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meg Sullivan with 1 minute seated by Steve Rowe for item C8, followed by Shane Henson.
Mayor, my husband and I are mom and pop housing providers in the city, and I want to point out that the agenda's description of this item, C8, is duplicitous. Staff applied many months ago for this grant. Undoubtedly, the city has already been selected to receive these funds. So this innocuous-looking consent item appears to be an attempt to backdoor the Housing Subcommittee's plans for these funds with minimal public input. No stakeholder looking at the agenda would realize that C8 is an attempt to stand up a full right to counsel program and to offer those services without regard to the renter's income. Such plans merit a robust discussion. That did not occur at the 2 subcommittee meetings where the grant was discussed. It honed exclusively in on funding the right to counsel, with any rental assistance from the city to be distributed only to renters who are lawyered up at city's expense. The idea was not weighed against other uses. As the only owner who happened to attend both meetings, I was surprised in drilling into this evening's staff report to see all the potential uses that were not even considered, including support from which local residents once benefited but were lost with the dissolution of this the Agency for Community Redevelopment. Bethesda has admitted that it dramatically overreported the number of local eviction filings when it came before the council last year to make a case for augmenting its services. Meanwhile, local eviction filings have fallen by 30% since 2024. So what is the evidence that this is the highest and the best use of this one-time source of funds? By all means, take the funds, but use them for prompt, limited strike rental assistance. Research has shown it is the magic bullet for preventing displacement and homelessness. In most cases, full legal representation, I'm sorry, I've got a cold, only prolongs the pain of evictions. Any remaining funds should go to the city's new housing trust fund. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shane Henson, speaking on item C8, followed by Jack Galante.
Good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, council members. My name is Shane Henson. I am a member of the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, speaking in my personal capacity. I support C8, the city's proposed use of the PIP grant funding to provide legal assistance to low-income tenants facing eviction in Culver City. Studies show eviction is the one of the leading causes of homelessness. This is particularly true for tenants facing eviction without an attorney. I watched this firsthand as an eviction defense attorney. Many mornings I would sit in the well of the courtroom waiting for my client's eviction case to be called, and would watch the tenants without attorneys stand up in court alone, not knowing how the system worked, who they could turn to for help, and facing a landlord's attorney who was not their friend. These tenants received terrible outcomes. They lost their cases outright or were given mere days to find a new home. These are the people who fall through our system's cracks and become homeless. Right to counsel balances the scales of justice for tenants. With an attorney by their side, a low-income tenant can often win their case outright, or at the very least, win an outcome that will ensure they can safely transition to new housing without falling into homelessness. But how will we fund it? That's where the PIP grant comes in. As you all know, Bethesda previously estimated right to counsel would cost Culver City over $1 million annually. However, this estimate was based on the wrong eviction numbers. With the correct numbers, Bethesda now estimates we'd only have to spend an additional $100,000 annually on top of the $160,000 we currently spend on our eviction defense program to provide right to counsel. This means it can be achieved at no additional cost to our taxpayers using the $750,000 in PIP grant funding. This is an exciting opportunity to prevent our most vulnerable neighbors from falling into homelessness. I want to thank the City Council and staff for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galante, speaking on item C7, followed by Jeff Horn.
This approval will help ensure that the World Cup is a successful event that helps both international visitors and local residents get to and from the World Cup games that will be played at SoFi Stadium this summer. Metro will reimburse approximately $65,000 to Culver City Bus for running 6 to 10 buses for approximately 6.5 revenue hours per game day to get attendees safely to and from the games. These buses will help reduce car traffic to and from the historic games at SoFi Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jeff Horn, speaking on item C8.
Hi, Council members. I'm speaking against using the funding for free legal advice in this case. I don't believe that the evidence shows that that's the best and highest use of funding. The speakers before me, I think, summarized it very well, and I won't repeat that. I would emphasize that the money is best used to help people stay in housing. Contrary to what may be believed, operating rental housing, being a housing provider, is not easy. All the costs have been going up very, very quickly, and there is always a risk of having, you pray for good tenants, you keep your good tenants, you don't evict good tenants. No one does that. Nobody can afford to do that. So the concern is, if there's free legal support, which if there's a bad landlord, I mean a really evil person, yeah, that makes sense. But unless there's some counterbalance to protect the good landlords from lawsuits or complaints that have no merit, all it does is increases the cost further for the existing landlords. The vast majority are honest, hardworking people providing a service that the city needs. And by raising those costs, it's going to create less housing and less willingness of people to invest their money and their time to provide housing in the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Fish, do you want to make your comment on C7? Or is it just the comment?
Yeah, I can just make a quick comment. So this is related to the GETS, the enhanced transit service for Metro. So I've conferred with the city attorney regarding any potential conflict on this item and determined I don't have a legal financial conflict that would preclude me from participating. Under the FPPC regulations, a government entity's salary is exempt as a source of income, and the regulations deem that the personal financial effect is not material if it only affects the salary received from a federal, state, or local government agency. And just, to cut through the legal jargon, I didn't have any work on this item that's coming to us. And so I just wanted to give that clarity. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And we'll go to C8.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't need a staff report.
Okay.
First, I want to thank the speakers who came out and spoke, as well as the subcommittee for going over this. However, I think at this time, it's really inappropriate to fund a one-time funding for a permanent program, I think, that already exists within the city's annual budget, such as the Right to Counsel program. I think it would be much better use, and I would support this 100% if instead we either 100% funds should be used for the rental assistance program, or the mayor, the program I think that you were most proud of is the Housing Trust Fund. So in moving forward, I am never wanting not to accept free money, so to speak, but I think it's really best earmarked for either rental assistance program, and in the past, we've spoken about this, but it had to be put on hold because of lack of funding. It's a perfect opportunity to fund that and/or the Housing Trust Fund. Those are my comments on that, Mayor. Thank you. And if we can, at the end of the day, bifurcate C8, just in case I don't get support on that.
For C8. Mayor, can I speak? Yep.
I'd like to thank the community member, Meg Sullivan, for reaching out on this. I would have looked over it or looked past it, if not having it flagged for me. Basically echoing what Councilmember Rivera said, and after having it flagged, I read through every page of the report and looked at the Section 600 uses of funds for the pro-housing incentive program. And it lists 10 different eligible uses, and none of them list right to counsel support. And that's just an aside. Doing a little research, talking with Ms. Sullivan, the best way to keep someone from going through the difficult process of going to court is to help them pay their rent. Then they don't even have to go there. And I followed up and read online, what are the typical results of the cases that are, gone to either mediation or court. With an attorney, it basically delays the inevitable. And the tenant has to they are evicted ultimately because they can't sustain that. So the rental assistance program, I believe, is the best way to direct these funds. I'm very much in favor of accepting these funds. And we talked about I can't get into it, but in closed session, the need to pay for certain things like rapid rehousing, and there's not a lot of money there. So having, that's listed as one of the uses of funds in this 10 eligible uses, that's where the majority of the funds should go. And in the staff report, in the background discussion, it says the recommendation is a majority of the funds go to a right to counsel program. And that should be flipped. It says any remaining funds left over should go to a rental assistance program. It should be the opposite. We should keep people from going to court by helping them pay their rent and keep them in their housing, or help support them while they're looking for something else that they can afford. So I will support this if we decide to direct the funding in that way, but if we're giving all the money to paying for court fees, I don't see that as a productive way of spending the money. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And is staff available? Thank you. Just want to clarify while you're settling down. So in essence, is this, we're going to start a right to counsel program from this?
This funding is recommended by the Mark Munzer, Planning and Development Director, Interim Housing and Human Services Director. The recommendation from both the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, as well as the Council Standing Subcommittee on Housing and Homelessness, recommended that the majority of the funds be used for a right to counsel program. Mayor, if I could correct the record, though, the city has not been awarded this designation yet, despite public comment. We are still awaiting that designation announcement from HCD. We are hopeful that it comes any day now. Our staff has been in constant contact to try and get a timeline from HCD, and we think it will be this week or next week, but then it's a quick turnaround to then apply for the funds. Again, this is application of the funds. We have spoken with HCD about a potential right to counsel program. And while innovative in terms of the use of PIP grant funds, they want to work with us to find an eligibility category if that's the direction of the council.
Great. And can you verify, I don't know if you can, but one of the other public comments talked about the cost of a right to a counsel program?
There was a good evening, Mayor and Council. Aramis White Sharon, Housing and Human Services Department Project Manager. There was a couple of meetings with BEDSEDIC in previous months that discussed what a right to counsel program would look like. It was in the tune of about 600 and I believe 85,000 at that time, but since then that number has dropped. So we would have to look in the record to find out what exactly that number is, but that's going with BEDSEDIC. If in fact we do apply for these funds and we're awarded these funds and you direct us to put together a right to counsel, that means that that would go out for an RFP. So it wouldn't just be that one particular estimation of how much it would cost for this particular program. We would have to go out for our RFP.
Thank you. And then the $750,000, does that have to be used in 1 year, or what happens when the funds are exhausted?
So it is a one-time allocation from the state, from HCD. So once they're done, then they're done. And then if in fact those funds come back up in another NOFA, then we can then apply again. But once we get them, as long as we're within our time frame as to how we set up the program, whichever program it may be, then we can use the funds until they're exhausted.
Okay.
And just to clarify, Mayor, it's up to $750,000. Again, we're hopeful that that will be the amount, but that's an up to. Our application looks very, very good in terms of our score because we have done so much in terms of the housing arena, but it's an up to.
Got it. And then, because I'm very supportive of right to counsel program, but the reason it was we didn't have the funding. So if this is going to be short-term funding, what happens So we'll have to, I mean, is this something we'll cross that bridge when it comes and just figure out where the funding will come from?
Yeah, initially when this was brought up back in April of last year, it was a discussion about doing a pilot program with general funds, and that was not accepted. So going through this process and possibly receiving the grants, then that allows the city to do a pilot program with a right to counsel, do some KPIs, and then come back and say, was the program successful, or is it something that we need to reevaluate?
Okay, great. And then is there any way to, because I think the right to counsel program should be coupled with a rental assistance program, and is it this way, or can the money, can we half goes to each program?
That's totally up to y'all. There's different categories within the PEP grant funding application, and there is room to add in a right to counsel program, but it's definitely up to council to decide if you want the full amount, whatever that amount may be, if we're awarded the grant to go to a right to counsel, or it could be split between rental assistance and right to counsel, or a majority to rental assistance to aid in the our PHP funding that we already received. So it'll be in addition to our current rental assistance program.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
If it's all right, I'd love to make just a quick comment about this, and given the discussion, thank you. I just want to thank staff for bringing this to us, and thank my colleagues for the discussion and the public commenters as well. This did come through the Housing and Homelessness Committee. We had several conversations about, the potential uses of these funds. Like Director Munzer said, the application hasn't been submitted yet, so this is to inform what the city intends to do with the funds. Beth Zedek has presented several times in our committee, sharing that a right to counsel program is far less expensive than originally quoted back last year. And Stay Housed LA has also corroborated that with a similar estimate, essentially saying that we could achieve right to counsel with this, the funds in this grant. The presentation's focused on how legal assistance is imperative as a complement to rental assistance. The two work hand in hand to keep vulnerable folks housed. The majority of folks who are evicted in Culver City, we saw last year in the data, are from a lack of rental payments. It's not the entirety, and even with rental lapse in rental payments, there's still often legal issues that have to be sorted out. So the City of LA has passed a right to counsel program on April 1st, 2025, enacted a tenant right to counsel ordinance, making it the 26th jurisdiction in the country, provides a right to counsel for tenants at or below 80% of AMI. And the reason for this is in the US, less than 5% of tenants facing eviction are represented by an attorney, compared to over 80% of landlords. And landlords typically earn $35,000 a year more than tenants do, so it's an imbalance of resources, which makes tenants vulnerable to unfair and illegal evictions. And I just want to share, I'm really glad we have that rental assistance program. Last year, we allocated 80% of Measure A funding, which is $200,000 to rental assistance. So we gave the maximum amount of our Measure A funding, including the discretionary, to rental assistance. So we have a pretty robust rental assistance program right now. What we're really missing is that last piece, the more robust legal assistance program. San Francisco's had this program in place since 2019 and found that 63% of participants were able to stay in their homes, compared to just 45% who did not receive the same level of legal services. And right now, we only set aside $150K a year for tenant legal services. So this program will continue to be limited to folks at that, I think, at an AMI level, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the essential proposition here of the use of funds. I just wanted to give that clarity. And I also have here, under the use of funds, is assisting persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and it's good to hear that HCD is willing to work with us on that. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we'll pull out C8, and can I get a motion to approve C1 through C7?
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin and a second from Vice Mayor Fish, and that's for the consent item C1 through C7. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
And Mayor, just one last comment, if I may. You asked in terms of funding-wise, and we just figured this out as we go along. I think that's really not very responsible of us as a council. I think this council has already put us in really jeopardy in terms of our finances, both in our general fund and our reserve fund. We can't fund a project with one-time funding and then sort of figure it out on the back end. I think I'm still hopeful that we can really create that robust housing trust fund that you wanted. But we already, I believe, have a motion. We're waiting on a second, and then we can vote on it.
Yes, Mayor, I made a motion for the funding to be allocated for this pilot program for Right to Counsel. Thank you.
So as the motion is written? Thank you. I have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin, a second from Vice Mayor Fish to adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of an application to the HCD for round 4 funding under the PIP and authorization to prioritize any awarded funds to the implementation of a right to counsel program and a rental assistance program. Please vote. All members have voted.
Mayor Mary.
That motion passes 3 ayes, 2 noes. Noes from Council Members O'Brien and Vera.
May I direct a question to City Clerk? City Clerk, can you enter into the record that I would have voted yes on this if the proportion of funds would have been going to rental assistance programs?
And I'll second that, City Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to action items, starting with A1, consideration of a series of community screening events, activations related to the 2026 World Cup, update on the city's 2028 Olympics planning efforts, and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate.
Mayor, real quick, City Clerk, if we're going to include that addendum, can we also include the current amount of rental assistance that is already allocated so that folks can have a full picture? I don't know if that's applicable, but if we're doing addendums, I think we should have the information about how much is currently going to rental assistance programs so that folks don't think that no money is going to rental assistance programs. Thank you.
This will be really quick. And also, Vice Mayor Fish stated that $150,000 is already going to Right to Counsel.
Thank you.
Well, workshops, not right to counsel. Those are legal workshops mostly. But legal assistance.
Okay, we're going to move on to A1. May I get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, staff is asking you for your approval on a series of community screening events and activations related to the World Cup 2026, as well as your direction and feedback relative to the Olympics planning to date. Beginning in June 2026, the Los Angeles region will be an integral part of the World Cup. hosting 8 matches in the nearby SoFi Stadium. To celebrate this exciting international sporting event, the City Council Ad Hoc World Cup and Olympics Subcommittee recommends that the city host 6 community screening activation events, including 2 sponsored events at the Ivy Station. The screening events would be free, family-friendly, and occur in 2 local parks as well as in downtown Culver City. All of the games would be projected on the city's new high-definition LED screen and could incorporate additional event elements such as local musicians and entertainment, soccer clinics, field day games with our local youth soccer organizations, art, dance, a temporary live mural wall, food trucks, and other local offerings. The proposed schedule would be as follows: June 12th, June 24th, June 25th, June 26th, July 11th, July 19th, which would be the finals. It's also recommended that the City Council consider including a beer and wine garden at the screening events in Veterans Memorial Park, as well as an activation of the entertainment zone in downtown Culver City, assuming it's approved and effective at that time. If that element is desired, staff will issue a request for proposal to invite local businesses to participate and bring back to City Council for further discussion. It is anticipated that the proposed screenings and activations will cost approximately $28,000, with a portion funded in this fiscal year and in next year's annual budget. City sponsorship for the Ivy Station screenings would consist of in-kind fees valued at approximately $1,750. The in-kind cost would be covered with existing staff time. There is also an opportunity to work with the Consulate General of the Republic of Paraguay to facilitate a regional screening featuring their players, as well as a potential meet and greet with a member of the team. It's recommended that the potential screening receive an in-kind marketing city sponsorship and be included in the slate of activations for the city's celebration of the World Cup. We're also requesting direction on the naming convention for this event series, given current FIFA World Cup branding restrictions. Options for the event series could include Kick It with Culver City, Lights, Camera, Goal, Culver City, where soccer takes center stage, Kick It in the Heart of Screenland, or any other that you suggest. In regard to Olympics planning, staff's currently progressing the City Council's direction relative to the Memorandum of Understanding with New Zealand, and we hope to have that finalized and signed within the next couple of days. Staff has also conducted a walkthrough this morning with the Afro Village Consortium for an Olympic hospitality house and activation at Media Park, and will be working with the City of Los Angeles to coordinate its use and build out. Staff will also be bringing a report on April 13th regarding a potential MOU with the Cultural Arts Foundation to launch a citywide sponsorship program for the 2028 Olympics to support the city's funding and planning and programming efforts. We're also waiting for confirmation from a few other countries regarding their use of private venues for potential hospitality houses during the games. And lastly, but of critical importance, staff will be working with our Emergency Management Office, police, and fire towards the development of a comprehensive emergency management plan for the duration of the Olympic Games. To summarize areas we're looking for your direction this evening, we are looking for approval on the screenings and activations, approval of a beer and wine garden and Veterans Memorial and subsequent release of an RFP, approval of in-kind sponsorships for screenings at the Ivy Station and potential documentary screening for the Republic of Paraguay, naming convention for our FIFA series, and any feedback and recommendations for the Olympics planning. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, looks like, we have one public comment. Okay, 90 seconds.
Our speaker for item A1 is Jack Galante, with 1 minute seated by Mark Galante.
Now it's on.
Okay. I was like, I support the progress of the city that has bringing excitement to Vets Park and the downtown Culver City area during the upcoming sporting events this summer and the summer of 2028. I support the naming tags given, but I also have a few others that might be fun. Soccer action starts here in the heart of Screenland, from movie magic to March Day excitement, and Culver City, every match a standing ovation. I just wanted to uplift that I want to expand, hope the city can better expand community input about improving bicycle and pedestrian planning ahead of these major sporting events. I want to ensure the local community about improvements and any due to the projected large increase to local tourism in the area to shop, dine, and stay in and around Culver City. A lot of tourists come from other countries where walkability is increased, and I think a lot of them will be used to being able to walk around. So we want to make sure they're at the forefront of planning. Oh, okay. I also want to uplift that our local Olympic and Paralympic events will be located in Venice, which is nearby, and that will also lead to an increase in cyclists and active mobility users of varying degree of mobility, and that to keep in mind that a lot of people in Venice come to Culver City since we're a nearby area. So just want to uplift that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now we'll go, is that it? Thank you. We'll go to questions and comments, and we'll start with the subcommittee, my fellow member of the subcommittee, Councilmember O'Brien.
Yeah, thanks, Elaine, for the report. It's been a lot of work, a lot of back and forth, and I think everything you've summarized here is great. I believe the mayor and I are in line with all of this. I personally approve of everything here. I kind of like what Mr. Galanti offered with Soccer Action Starts Here in the heart of Screenland. But I'm open. I'm not married to any of the options. And I have to also say, Paraguay was one of the consuls general who attended our consular corps event, and they got excited about Culver City because of that. So it was another great reason why that outreach was successful. They're going to be hopefully approved to do a screening of their documentary here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Elaine. On a personal note, my condolences to you and your family. I think this is great. I support everything that's presented. And I do like Mr. Galanti's sort of, slogan. I like them all here, and I'm not really married to any of them. I do like the lights, camera, goal in Culver City. And yeah, maybe the Soccer Action Starts Here in Culver City, and then you can incorporate the heart of Screenland at the end of it. But other than that, Mayor, I think this is great moving forward, and I would support everything that staff here has recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Really appreciate the update. I guess I have a question as it pertains to the number of community screenings or do we have an understanding of sort of what our hope or goal is at this time for that?
Can you clarify the question? Then we're proposing 6. Are you talking about the number of individuals that would attend? Oh, we're anticipating it would be less than 1,000. So, we have some guidelines that we have to do it. So we're thinking that we're spreading out the screenings. We would be doing the opening game on June 12th, which is actually United States versus Paraguay. That might actually get a bunch, but that's also the first day of summer vacation for this CCUSD.
Mm-hmm.
So that may or may not. So I'm going to let Edgar speak to this, but we're thinking it's a few hundred to several hundred, depending on the date.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So the dates that we're proposing for June 12th, that would be the one for Veterans Memorial Park against Paraguay. And then we have a couple other to follow, both at Tellefson Park and another one at Vets Park, Ivy Station, and Town Plaza. So all of these are being marketed as community-free screening events. The license that we would be operating is a free community license that is for screenings under 1,000 people. So we're not looking at a goal of doing major marketing to bring outside entities into these viewings. They're primarily for our own community to enjoy these free screenings at the parks and at some of our gathering spaces.
And one thing I did want to add is we'd like to promote businesses that are doing screenings. So even if you don't come to ours, there may be businesses that are doing screenings that we can promote as well.
Thank you both for clarifying. How were the locations selected?
We looked at the locations primarily based on logistics. We do have the new trailer-mounted screen system that was purchased last year from the parks. So we were looking at which locations had parking, which locations were able to accommodate this new screen. And also, we wanted to make sure that we were approaching other parks other than just Vets Park. So Tellefson looked like a good park by the recommendation of PRCS. So that's going to be I think it's a Mexico game. So there's going to be some other incorporations of community entertainment at that event too. So those were the two parks that they recommended as the highest possibility of a successful event.
Okay, great. So you work with PRCS Commission to solidify some of these. Great. Awesome. Can you remind me again what some of the titles for these were? And are you willing to consider some of the ones that were lifted up by our public commenter, Mr. Valenti?
Sure. So the ones that we put in the staff report are Kick It with Culver City, Lights, Camera, Goal, Culver City, where soccer takes center stage, Kick It in the Heart of Screenland, Soccer Action Starts Here in the Heart of Screenland. There's a Movie Magic one that I didn't get. And Culver City, Every Match a
Standing ovation.
Standing ovation. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I did my best to write.
No, that's cool.
I will say, I love all of these. I will say that shorter is sometimes catchier.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I will add that.
And is any of this interplaying with the recent branding update that the city just received? Are we thinking about?
So it will play with it. The idea is that we're going to launch Explore Culver City this summer. We're working to try to get the website up and running before the World Cup event, or at least a portion of the website up and running. But the banners would actually be specific to FIFA World Cup. The limited banner run would not be Explore Culver City. It would be specific to FIFA. Okay. But we might have a page on our Explore Culver City page featuring FIFA.
Yeah, I think it's good to, since we're rolling everything out, the timing just couldn't hurt. So
yeah,
awesome. I appreciate, how will the, so that's great. I don't really have except shorter is better. So you already said that. So, but love the creativity. I'm grateful for all the ideas that were lifted up. Appreciate the update on the progress with our hosting areas, our hosting sites. So looking forward to more to come from those areas. And I'm curious about the strategy on the emergency management plan, and how are we looking to best practices, and how are some of the communications going with some of our neighbors who are also, preparing. So I'm just curious about what that process looks like, and that's my last question.
Our emergency manager, Christine Parra, has been on conversations already with county level support. So we're very much at the beginning of that. We're going to be doing a meeting with an internal staff to start developing that. So we don't have any progress. She has progress. We do not have progress. So I don't want to speak on her behalf.
Okay, well, looking forward to that. Thank you both for your efforts.
Did you have a preference for the naming tag?
Just shorter is better, and it would be great. I mean, I guess I wasn't finished. Thank you, Mayor. If we could have some community involvement on this, I don't know. I know the timelines are often very short, but I know that when the sustainability EPO team did the recycle stand, name the recycle helper, that was cute, and it was a way online and on social media to get folks engaged and aware of our EPO and sustainability efforts. So thinking in the same vein, and I don't know how much time and coordination with our IT folks that took, but potentially having a short survey opportunity for folks to, get excited, gain awareness, and potentially have some buy-in to what's coming on. So just something to think about if we have the capacity on the staff side. Thank you.
Up to the council, we could do a short survey online, and then at our next update, we could present those results, and you can make a final decision.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. This is really exciting. I think all of these events look. I think there's a really good spread. I wish there was something in Fox Hills. Just looking at the variety, but I assume that was considered. And was there any reason that we weren't able to set something up there?
We're going to defer to our Parks and Recreation Director.
Just curious. I know you said you had a process for the location selection.
Hi, Adam Ferguson, Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. So the primary reason why we went with Veterans Memorial Park is we are pairing it with the Family Field Day event that we had last year. So it was held at Vets last year, so we're pairing that together. Tellefson Park, we're wanting to create a connection to the businesses on Washington and do partnerships there, which is why we were looking for a park that was aligned with a row of businesses, basically, whereas Fox Hills is primarily surrounded by apartments and condos.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks, Adam, for your work on this, and thank you to the subcommittee. I don't actually have a strong opinion on the name. I'm happy to leave that to the subcommittee or the suggestion of the survey if there's time for it. I think these are good ideas, and I liked the ones that Mr. Galanti brought forth. This also is like a very cost-effective event. I think even compared to the event we're doing, for Team New Zealand, this is really cost-effective. It's $14,000 for the first 3 or 4, and then $13,500. I would love, just for future, I would love to see the public safety, because that's the bulk of the funds, 40% in the first one and 60% in the second. Would love to see that broken down and maybe itemized in the future. And this is just for all of our events. Would love to see like what that entails, because it is typically the majority sometimes of our smaller events. So just wanted to share that as something I'd love to see if we can just break those costs down, what exactly they are, because there's such a large chunk. And I would love to know if for the downtown event, the very last one, the final one, or the finals, if there's been thought to potentially activating Main Street and opening that to people. Have we discussed that as a possibility?
We did discuss it with the subcommittee. I think our concern was that if we activated the entertainment zone at the same time, it's going to be one of the first pilot events when we activate the entertainment zone, and I would be concerned about, I don't know that we have our full street closure bollards in place yet, so I get nervous about having people that may be drinking wandering into the street.
I hear you on that, but I also think that's one of the main reasons you might want to think about closing the street to cars because of the entertainment
We're happy to
zone.
do that, but we definitely wanted to have the screening and the primary event in Town Plaza. We're not opposed to closing Main Street and allowing it to be a space, but we weren't planning to activate it.
Just something to consider. I know, budget is always a concern, but there might be a lot of people, and I actually remember the World Cup a couple years ago, and there were Argentina fans celebrating on Main Street when we had it closed on the weekends, and they had a sort of an impromptu celebration there, and it was kind of cool to see. So just something I would love to see is just activating it, and for the safety issues you mentioned, if people are drinking, it's just, I think, good to have spaces where cars are not allowed, and I think those bollards are working because I see them on the farmers market, but maybe I'm not
informed. Yeah, so we'll double check that. If that's something that the full council would like to do, then we should add that to the motion tonight, because street closure does require city council approval, so we could just approve it and then figure out how to activate it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That would be my suggestion, and really looking forward to getting this passed. Thanks.
Great. Thanks again for the work and for the report tonight. Very excited for moving forward with this. I'll keep it really short. And approve everything. And then I really do like the idea of the survey, because I do think it creates energy and momentum if there's time to do that. And it seems like soccer action starts here and lights, camera, goal. And I really like kick it with Culver City. So maybe it's those 3 and then open-ended.
Can you repeat those one more time?
Yep.
Soccer action.
Starts here.
The
lights, camera, goal.
Light, camera, goal.
And kick it with Culver City.
I like that one too.
I would like to explore the idea of Main Street, but I would also like to confer with the DBA just to be sure. Can we do that and refer it to the subcommittee?
Our understanding is that the DBA is open to it.
Okay.
Great. And let's, add that. And then do you need, is that just direction for the breakdown of like the costs?
Let's take a look at the motion. I just wanted to summarize what we want. So you're going to approve the series of community screenings. You're going to approve sponsorship for the Ivy Station and the Republic of Paraguay for their documentary screening. Did you want us to do the beer and wine garden at Veterans Memorial? To issue an RFP for local businesses, okay. You've provided direction to the city manager to include Main Street as a street closure, so we can add that to it. And then we're going to do a short survey, come back at the end of April with results, and then you can make the next Olympic update, and you can make a decision about what you want to call it. That's enough time for us to still market it. It'll give us 2 months.
And you also wanted direction on whether or not to pursue the entertainment zone option too, as well?
If it's
feasible.
if it's effective, we've put in, I think that's kind of where the public safety costs are coming, is if it assumes that in downtown it has the entertainment zone. Public safety activation.
May I ask a clarifying question on that? Is that entertainment zone the entire map that was presented, or is it a smaller version that's just for this event?
So this is like a sneak preview, but what was presented previously for the management plan is the entire, it is the boundaries of the downtown business district. So it would be the whole downtown area. And I believe that the cost to activate the whole downtown area is $4,000 or $5,000 for the management plan.
Colleagues, I have concerns about that, about just the size of that in terms of folks drinking in that size of a space. I don't want to hold up the item, and I support this item, but if any of other colleagues, want to explore potentially a smaller footprint for that.
Councilmember Fish, that item's going to be coming to you, I think, on April 13th. The
Okay.
report's written, so if you want to give us direction for activation at that time, we could forego that decision tonight to move this item forward.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Okay. There was a motion.
A motion by Mayor Puza, a second by Councilmember O'Brien to do all of those things. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just wanted to share one last thing on this, and I want to make sure that our staff knows. I shared a Metro has a application for transit-oriented fan zones for the World Cup. I shared that with Director Dimitri before I realized I should have shared it with you, Elaine. And Director Dimitri and Public Works were able to apply. I don't know if we've received, it wasn't actually a grant, it was just free publicity of Culver City's fan zones. I don't know if that's something we've been awarded yet or not, but definitely interested in the news. If it comes back and we are awarded that publicity, would love to know about it, I guess.
Sure, we'll bring that for the next update. If we've got it, I'll double check with Dimitri.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
Thanks, Mayor.
Great. We'll move on to A2, approval of remit question and schedule for the Civic Assembly as recommended by the Civic Assembly Ad Hoc Committee, and other direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. And I will turn it over to staff for staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lisa Soger, Assistant City Manager, and I'm here with Elizabeth Shavelson, our Assistant CFO. We're here tonight to get the full council approval of the final remit question for the Civic Assembly. As you remember, the Civic Assembly process was included in the current year budget. After a procurement and an RFP, the council approved a professional services agreement with the Center for New Democratic Processes to develop and conduct the Civic Assembly. On January 12th of this year, City Council approved the demographics for that Civic Assembly. And now we are back tonight for the full council to approve the remit question. And as is stated in your staff report, because the assembly is meant to increase public participation in the budget process, after deliberation, based on our consultants have spent a long time parsing through the language, the recommendation that was brought forward to the subcommittee and is now put forward to you tonight is how might the city of Culver City increase public participation in the budget process? We do have our consultants here tonight, Kyle Bozenko and Sarah Atwood from the Center for New Democratic Processes. I'm going to let them give a little bit of an introduction about how we landed on this question, which basically is the question that council put forward when they approved moving forward with this process.
All right, great, thank you. And thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council for having us here, as well as staff for your work on this project. I'm Kyle Bozenko, Executive Director of CNDP.
And I'm Sarah Atwood, Head of Research and Engagement with CNDP.
And we come before you tonight to share just the background of where this came from. As was mentioned, our goal in putting this forward and working with the ad hoc committee to put this forward was to really accomplish several things. So first, to reflect the spirit of the motion that was approved, to also, though, accommodate and incorporate the priority-based budgeting approach that has been recently adopted and will be concurrently ongoing. When we think about the actual process itself and what participants at the Civic Assembly will go through, we feel this remit allows three primary things. So first, it will equip them with critical context and background information about the city itself, not just the budget process, but holistically, including kind of structure of government, as well as how the budget is developed and what role different teams are playing and departments, as well as what roles residents can currently play in order for them and to be enabled to really examine and explore options and recommendations or options for what steps and actions could be taken and by whom to expand and increase public participation, not just in the formal budget process that takes place here in this chamber, but the work that is ongoing across the city and throughout the departments that are doing this important work on a year-round, sustained and ongoing basis. Finally, working to empower them to assess trade-offs and deliberate about the different opportunities that emerge while identifying the challenges that exist and bringing forward recommendations to you all to consider that really put them at the center of identifying where and how they would want to be engaged, as well as thinking about ways to overcome the challenges, barriers, and obstacles that might exist for themselves, for their neighbors, as well as for the city as a whole in trying to ensure that the budget process allows people to be aware, informed, and find opportunities to engage, as I said, not just here at this dais, but throughout the year and in ways that work with their lives. And so finally, our goal was also to do so in such a way that delivers recommendations in the context of this current budget cycle. So this timeline that we put forward would allow us to do so.
Great. Thank you so much. Good to see you in person. And thanks for the staff report. We will go to public comment. It looks like we have one.
Our speaker for item A2 is Janine Wisnowski.
It'd be great if you stay there if people have questions. Sorry.
Are you ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, just to remind everybody that this is roughly, well, this is over $7,000 per member to participate. 250,000, 230,000 divided by 30 people. That's a lot of money. So I'm hoping that this is done in the right way. I know you've already voted on doing this. So I have a suggestion that the good consultants pay attention to their bias and potential influence as facilitators on outcomes. And this is something that really concerns me with this process. And also moving forward tonight and in additional city council meetings, one way to gain public trust is for the meetings to be not so long and for there to be more transparency in how things are selected in the first place. Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
And we'll go to questions and comments, and we'll start with Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Sarah and Kyle. It is great to see you in person for the first time. I appreciate all the work that's gone into, this question. It's it's the spirit of what we asked for. I think I want to ask, two main questions. One, we're shifting to this priority-based budgeting this year, so we're doing budgeting differently. We're setting goals that the budget is then in outcomes that we're hoping to achieve, and the budget is then going to hopefully be shaped by those goals and outcomes. How this civic assembly sort of can serve as, at least that part of the intent was for it to serve as sort of a way for the public to be more involved and the public to tell us how do they want to be involved, right? So can you just share, how are we going to maintain the integrity of these 30 people, kind of building off what our public commenter was referencing? How do we keep the integrity of these 30 folks, the randomly selected folks, and make sure that they're informed, but also that they're sort of the boss of what they end up recommending to the city council? Thank you.
Sure, thanks for the question, Vice Mayor, and yes, great to see you all in person for the first time. Related to the question of how do we equip them with what they need in order to drive the process, right? This is a bit of a chicken and an egg conversation, but essentially we build a learning and design a learning program that equips participants with foundational background knowledge about the operations of government, the existing strategies, the existing systems that are in place, but also elevates and surfaces gaps through their own work that might emerge, and provides an opportunity for people to identify what may be imperceptible gaps and develop ideas and strategies for addressing some of those. But at the core of it, it's a learning program that allows people to become familiar with what is, so that they can think more clearly, but also creatively and expansively about what could be and what they would want to see and the role they would want to play, and actually feel as though others might be willing to play in achieving some of the goals that you laid out. And so if the goal of the priority-based budgeting process is to invite community members to establish priorities so that the city manager, departments, and staff can develop work plans to accomplish those goals, the way that we think of the assembly as feeding into that is saying, what are the mechanisms? What are the strategies that can actually make it so that more participants are in an ongoing basis seeing themselves as part of the establishment of the priorities and see the priorities as a reflection of their own desires, wants, and needs and priorities. And so that's how we think about the process, as kind of feeding into and being something unique from, but contributing to a new type of budget process that is being undertaken that will reflect some of that, but also think beyond what currently exists to be more expansive.
Yeah, and I'll just add here that with the remit, we have the remit that we've proposed tonight is asking how the city can do this work, right? That it's an invitation and a call from community members to articulate amongst themselves what's important, what are priorities, and what is kind of meaningful or essential awareness up to really deep engagement look like for them, right? And so it's not, the city saying, assess these 5 options, right? That those options will be created in the assembly itself. So the remit is kind of a directive, but the work and the independent kind of work that participants will be doing is going to be in the room together.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think just touching on what you just said, I think the important thing, at least for me in this process, is making sure that the assembly of randomly selected Culver City residents gets to actually create those recommendations. They don't get to, they don't get to make them law, right? That's our decision of what to do, of whether to take those recommendations. But hopefully what they get to do is actually create those systems instead of, instead of just saying, well, how do we get you involved in our existing systems? We want them to actually create how they want to be involved. And so I think I heard that in what you just said.
Yeah, and we'll put them to work doing it, so they'll show up and they'll say, oh, we always hear this, and no matter what the topic is, of like, we came here expecting A, B, and C. We didn't expect X, Y, and Z, and that we had to work so hard. Because they have to, articulate that. We are charging them. There are going to be 30 people in the room. Other people are not in the room that probably will want to be participants, right? And so there's a weight to the work that we're asking them to do together to really suss out what's possible and to articulate why they feel the way they do as they move forward throughout the assembly together, thinking about where there are opportunities.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. That's all I had.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
I don't have any questions right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember O'Brien.
Hey, thank you for everything. Just a couple questions. I'll give them all at the same time, actually 3. How will the call to action be released to the public? And then when will it happen? And can we see what that looks like before it goes out?
So the call to action or invitation will be sent to at least 10,000 randomly selected Culver City household addresses via postcard. The current drop date timeline is Monday, April 6th, give or take, depending on the actual proofing and anything outside of our control. That is our current goal. We found that is sufficient time in advance for people to make preparations if they need it related to work, caregiving, things along those lines, but not so far as to be kind of unforeseeable or too far in the future. So that's where that is. As far as preparatory, I guess that is a question that I really don't know based on just kind of what type of internal processes you all would need. I don't know that it would be anything that we would necessarily have any problem doing. Yeah. It's just as long as that is kind of acceptable practice.
Yeah, and we also met today actually with the Chief Communications and Public Affairs Officer to kind of discuss the rollout. But honestly, we were holding off a bit because we want to make sure that we have the remit kind of approved, refined before we start going for the actual design.
Would it be inappropriate, I guess I'm asking you, if it was also promoted from the city via our various social media, email, saying, hey, look out for this postcard, it's coming?
Yes, that's exactly why, we are working to coordinate that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. That is something that we were discussing and wanted to make sure that this timeline would allow, which is why we're here today, for this to take place now so that we can get moving, get those things in place, get that kind of broader communications infrastructure and planning in place.
Okay, and I would recommend that it looks, whatever the digital messaging is that goes out, it looks exactly like the postcard that's going to be dropped, because people just junk stuff.
I'm just going to add one thing to that. Yes, we're thinking about this really holistically because this process is going on. We're also going to be having further public meetings about the budget. So we want to make sure that this doesn't get lost in the noise, that people aren't confused, that they do understand that this is also a city process. So I think that's why Kyle and Sarah met with Dustin, because we really want to make sure that our strategy is clear, that people understand this is a real thing, this is something that the city is doing. It doesn't get lost in the noise, that we do get a robust number of people signing up to participate. So we are thinking about that very seriously.
Okay, thank you. And April 6th is before our next council meeting, so I'm not asking for a special approval process. Just like to see it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Hello, so glad that y'all are here. I apologize, I missed some of your presentation, but thank you for providing it. And the feedback or the question that you need our feedback on is how might the City of Culver City increase public participation in the budget process?
Yes.
I'm sold. I think that this is what we want to know. I think we may be making some guesses about what that could be, but I think it's really important that we have this process. Grateful to be working with staff and alongside you all to really try this process out. So I'm thrilled that you are shepherding us and excited that, April 6th is like around the corner, so really excited that it's all here, and a lot of deep gratitude for staff. I know that this has been an incredibly heavy lift to bring us to this point, so I'm just really excited that it's all happening. So grateful for the coordination as well. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks again for the staff report. Thank you for all the work you're doing. It's been very enjoyable working with you in the subcommittee. Everything's always so thought out and thoughtful, and you definitely have a philosophical grounding to this process. So I'm good with this and happy to move this forward as well. So is there a motion?
Just moved. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you, Elizabeth and CFO, Assistant City Manager, sorry. I'll get used to it.
Me too.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember McMorrin, to approve the proposed remit question and schedule for the Civic Assembly as recommended by the Civic Assembly Ad Hoc Committee. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll move to action item 3, authorization to the city manager to pursue the formation of a Joint Powers Authority, JPA, to finance existing city obligations and future special projects. Approval of professional service agreement with Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe LLP for the establishment of the JPA and bond counsel services. Approval of professional services agreement with PFM Financial Advisors LLC for financial advisory services related to lease revenue bonds. Approval of a professional services agreement with Ernst & Young US LLP for financial analysis, and other direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. And I'll turn it back over to staff for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council again. Lisa Soger, Assistant City Manager with Assistant CFO Elizabeth Shavelson. We're here tonight to get Council's authorization for the City Manager to pursue the formation of a Joint Powers Authority and to approve professional services agreements with various entities to help us move that effort forward. At your strategic planning workshop on February 14th, you heard a presentation about JPAs and the potential sale of lease revenue bonds to finance some of the projects that the council wants to undertake. We're here tonight in a formal open session so that we can get council's direction to move forward with that process. This is really the first step in that process. You're giving us formal authorization to explore it and to retain the necessary services, those being bond counsel and in the form of Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe, to help us establish that JPA. In addition to go out on the bond market, we need the help of financial advisors. We're seeking approval for us to enter an agreement with PFM Financial Advisors for those services, and additionally with Ernst & Young to provide additional financial analysis. I am going to call upon Jade Turner Bond from Orrick. We have the slide that we presented during that February 14th strategic planning workshop, but Jade's just going to walk you through what this process is in terms of lease revenue bonds, again, so that we're on the record and for the benefit of the public that did not spend Valentine's Day with us.
Hi, good evening. Thanks again for having me. It's great to see you all. My name is Jade Turner Bond. I'm a partner at Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe. I'm joined by my colleague, Mark Bauer. We specialize in helping cities and counties and school districts finance their capital improvement projects through accessing the capital market. Last time I was here, we discussed kind of lease revenue bonds and the formation of a JPA at a higher level, and I'd like to just kind of revisit that concept again so that the council's fully aware of how this transaction would actually look. Lease revenue bonds are a common and essential financing mechanisms that California cities and counties undertake. By way of background, this California Constitution prohibits cities and counties from issuing debt obligations that exceed their annual revenues in a year without voter approval. However, there are some exceptions to this requirement, which is lease revenue bonds. The structure typically is the city would lease their property to a financing authority, which is a JPA. The JPA would then lease that property back to the city, and the city would make rental payments on that property. With that structure in mind, the plan of finance would be the city would establish a JPA, which is a joint powers authority. The joint powers authority would be between the city and potentially the housing authority. The JPA would issue those bonds. The bonds would be used to finance various capital improvement projects. The bonds would then be repaid through the city and their general fund. As mentioned, this transaction would need to be structured as a lease, as an exception to the constitutional debt limit. At that point, we need to decide what the leased asset would be. In discussing with the city manager and the assistant city manager, I know that we're looking at parking garages as a potentially the leased asset for this transaction. How that would kind of look, and I imagine we're going to be coming back, if this was approved tonight, we would need to come back to council to actually approve the documentation. But high level, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what that documentation would actually look like. The first thing would be the lease from the parking authority to the city, right? That would be the first lease you would see. Then the second lease would be from the city to the JPA. The JPA, in exchange for that lease agreement, would then give the bond proceeds over to the city. Those bond proceeds, again, would be used to finance the capital improvement projects. Then the JPA and the city would enter into another lease, right? And under that lease, the city would make debt service payments. Those debt service payments would be used to repay the bonds over a 20 or 30-year term. So high level, that's what the lease revenue structure looks like. Again, this is a very common lease structure in California. They've been using this since 1960s. We do a ton of deals with City of LA, City of Santa Monica. A lot of cities and counties use this structure, so I just wanted to assure council this is a very common lease structure. Since we met with you last time, we've been working and just kind of getting comps, and maybe the city's potential financial advisor will speak to this, but making sure we're figuring out what's the best structure for the city. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions.
Great, thank you. We will go to, are there any questions before we go to public comment? Starting with Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And could you just share like what could be the potential interest payments that the city might incur given the bond structure? Just what do we anticipate would be a part of our general fund going forward in obligations on that?
And so I'll pause there just because as a legal advisor, I usually don't get into the interest rate, so I'm going to defer to.
I apologize.
No problem.
direct my comment to.
Jade, if you can hear me, I'm on the line as well. This is Darren Hodge at PFM.
Perfect. There we go. Darren's.
Perfect.
Yep.
Sorry and apologies I couldn't be there in person. So to answer the question, right now what we're anticipating for interest payments is that with a 30-year taxable bond, we'd be looking at annual debt service payments of about $1.6 million per year. The interest rate that's going to vary depending on the structure, that will range somewhere between about 5.5 to 6%. But as Jade mentioned, we're exploring a bunch of different options in terms of how to sell the bonds and how to structure them to try and get the lowest interest rate.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then just curious how we think we will fare on the bond market given this would be our first JPA that we've done, right? This would be our first?
You guys, I'm sorry.
And our first time doing this degree of bond. I'm just curious what, yeah.
So this would be the first financing authority. I know before when the redevelopment agencies were still around, you guys had a financing authority with the redevelopment agency, but this would be different. So it'd be the first city, yes, financing authority since that one.
And we do have bonds, for example, in our sewer fund. So there are wastewater bonds that we've had for years that allow us to do capital work on the sewer system. And so we've had that in place for quite a while. And then the redevelopment agency did have bonds. We're almost at the end. I think I have about 2 more years of payments on those bonds. But the general fund there has not been any general fund city debt.
And does that history potentially give us better interest rates on the bond market? Does showing that we have a history help us, I guess?
Yeah, it shows that you have a history with respect to your enterprise funds. As Lisa mentioned, everything from water. In fact, it shows that there is a history for the city actually making payments and being successful.
Great,
Yes.
thank you. So hopefully that will result in a lower interest rate. I may have more questions, but for now, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Brien.
I don't have a lot of questions, just curiosity out of the joint powers partnership. We talked about potentially doing it with the housing authority. Is there a reason not to use the parking authority? Because it's where we're doing the lease from?
So we were looking at, that's one item that's still got to be teased out, whether the parking authority needs to be a part of the JPA. But what we were trying to do is to build a mousetrap that gave council the most flexibility, to address things like affordable housing and needed infrastructure. And so that's why the housing authority is definitely one that's up. And the JPA also has the authority to deal with other infrastructure that you may want to do, whether it be, working to repair and replace park systems, building new sidewalks, repairing alleyways, those sorts of things. So when we looked at all the authorities out there, we landed as a team that the JPA just gave the most flexibility to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin? Okay, let's go to public comment, 90 seconds each.
Thank you. We have 3 speakers signed up to speak on this item. First up, we have Crystal Alexander with 1 minute seated by Kenneth Alexander, Jack Galante with 1 minute seated by Mark Galante, and Janine Wisnowski. Our first speaker is Crystal Alexander.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am not here speaking as a PRCS Commissioner, although my remarks will be informed by sitting on that body, and my remarks will also be informed as being the prior elected city treasurer here in Culver City and someone that has 30 years' experience as a government finance officer. I'm here, and I guess I can tell you this because we took a public vote on it. The PRCS Commission is generally in favor in listing out some of the similar kind of tools that are listed in your staff report as those that will open a gateway for the possibility of creating a funding source for feasibility studies, the Parks Master Plan, and those other kind of things that I know that you all heard of when the city manager had his speaking tour in the community. Loud and clear, they would like to see their parks fixed. There's an opportunity of creating a revenue stream by creating a sports complex in Culver Park. There are all kinds of opportunities here. By having the tool identified, now this will allow you to take the tool out of the box by using these outside services to figure out how you can actually effectively use it for parks purposes and others as well, but obviously would be encouraging the parks purposes. Now, looking at this as a debt item, I know some people will say, well, how can the city, go into debt? Or I'm a resident of the city, I'm already paying lots of things. Yes, identifiably, the Culver City Unified School District has some. As the assistant city manager had referenced, we also have some for sewer, and we also have some left over from the RDA, but we don't have any for the city. It used to be in a time, probably back when I was a city treasurer, that we could pay as you go for these kind of things. I think that ship has sailed for a lot of reasons. The city is bigger. We no longer have an RDA. There has been spending for affordable housing. Now is the time to create a funding source to pay for the other things that the community is talking about. So by creating the JPA and having lease revenue bonds, yes, it was going to create a debt that will have to be serviced, but the city has the ability to do that, and so the PRCS Commission is in favor in looking at these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galante with 1 minute seated by Mark Galante, followed by Janine Wisnowski.
Hello, most of you know I had the pleasure of spending Valentine's Day with you guys. I was present during the entirety of the strategic planning meeting. I strongly support the authorization of the formation of the Joint Power Authority, which will help finance existing city obligations and future special projects within the city. This increased revenue stream could fund proposed plans related to mobility, public works, and much-needed CIP projects we have listed on the city's website. I just want to say that I feel like it's a revenue stream that is new and,
Sorry. Go ahead.
is new for us, and I feel like we are constantly looking for funding of CIP projects and larger scale investments to our city. That's been brought up a lot at Otis's public meetings about people wanting sidewalks paved and other improvements to the infrastructure of our city. And I think this JPA will really help fund the needed projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for item A3 is Janine Wisnowski.
Because no one else has brought it up, I wanted to read it into the record that in the middle of the report, it says, this financial instrument was introduced for council consideration as a mechanism to repay the general fund and the housing authority for their past and future contributions to the Jubilo Village project and create a separate fund to pay for other future special projects. So, I think it's a good idea, but I don't want people to forget that the city committed large funds to Jubilo Village, 8 million already budgeted, 12 million more committed later, total city exposure about $20 million. There's a Jubilo Village reserve that's dipping into the city's reserve target to set the money aside. We have a structural deficit of $35.5 million, and they could be exhausted within 10 years. So these are meant to finance or refinance that obligation, but I'm concerned that this council is going to see this as a nice, another piggy bank of the people's money. So I urge you to learn how to spend money wisely, and thank you to the city manager for bringing this up.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. All right. Comments and questions, or comments starting with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Ms. Soger, just for clarification, if this does go forward today, it's not really to earmark any special monies going else. It's just to take the next step in what this looks like, correct?
That is correct. This is really what we need to explore it, to get the consultants on board, and then there will be multiple times that we will come back to the council for approval of what the JPA looks like, the exact formation of, again, the housing authority, how we incorporate the parking authority, capital assets, dollar amounts, how much we're going out to bond for, what the proposed projects are, all that will come back. This is really just for the council to bless us exploring it and moving forward.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I'm willing to bless you, But I think, you know, the reason why we're even looking at this, I think, is in large part due to the $20 million giveaway. I think had that not come to fruition, we as a city would have been in a better position financially, is my thoughts. That being said, I think we need to do everything and anything we possibly can, especially as we move forward to try to get some of the capital improvement projects done. And as Ms. Alexander said also, you know, to really let's take some of those tools out of the tool belt and actually bring them to fruition and see how we can turn this into a revenue sort of generating tool. So yeah, I'm in favor of it. It's about as short and sweet as I can get. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation again, and thanks to staff. And yeah, thank you, City Manager. We're looking for a creative way to not just take care of our deficit, but also our crumbling infrastructure. And it's really critical. I think we heard it loud and clear from our community in the recent community meetings that we need to do this. Most of our sidewalks and streets and parks are 70, 80, 100 years old, and they're going to break down. And there was a time when revenue generation and taxation and everything was different, and cities could build and grow. And that time has long passed to be able to do that in a conventional way. And this is not an unconventional way to do things, but it is for us. So I'm excited to learn more, and I'm in favor of moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, staff, for all the work on this. And I'm incredibly excited by this opportunity. This is something that is obviously not new, as we've learned in our retreat, and also refreshed for the community tonight, but new to Culver City. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity for us to find a new tool to meet some of our needs. So I'm excited to vote and support this evening of moving this item forward, and just looking forward to more innovation to meet the needs of our community. Thank you, City Manager and staff.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager and Assistant City Manager for being so proactive in bringing this forth. Just a quick question. So we're authorizing this. We're authorizing the consultant to do financial advisory services and go out and go onto the bond market, right, and see what we can get. And then before the bonds are issued, will that come back to council?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so this 350,000, that's what we're approving for that relationship for that contract with the consultant, right? Is that right?
Yeah, including Ernst & Young.
Including Ernst & Young.
So, and just to be clear, like there may be additional actually amounts for the consultants depending on the amount of the bonds and when we go out on the marketplace. But all of these costs will be built into the cost of issuance.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, it becomes packaged in with the bond amount, as opposed to being coming, as out of our reserves. If we did not move forward, our potential obligation is the $350,000 that would then come out of the budget if the council opted not to pursue the bonds after, again, down the road, because we're coming back again for your blessing. Then that $350,000 would be, is our estimate of what we would owe the consultants prior to bond issuance.
Thank you. And
Let me just add one thing that Assistant City Manager is accurate about that. When she says that it's just the first step in a many steps to go. One of the things, we talked about in the retreat is the need for the city to have an actual financial plan in accordance with your current reserve policy. We have 5 years to work on that. Those things will be planned for in the new fiscal year, and we'll be coming back to you on that as Ernst start to look at the financial plan, also to start to evaluate what the actual reserve policy stresses are. And I think we've had several council members, I think you were one at the retreat, Councilmember Fish, who specifically asked about that one. Those will be coming next. So we've got just a lot of steps to get through in the process. But
thank you. And that includes the JPA board structure and who's right.
Yes.
Thank you. This is exciting that we're going to have a vehicle to do some of the lagging items, I think, on our capital projects list and things that we've been wanting to find movement on. So thanks for all the work that's gone into this, and happy to move it forward. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thanks again for the report. Thank you for all the information you shared. When we were deciding who would be the next city manager, one of the main things was the ability to deal with our financial situation, raise funds, and also deal with the structural deficit. So we are moving in that direction with this. This is, a very responsible financial tool that will help us deal with long-term stability, financial stability in the city. In addition to stabilizing our finances, as been pointed out, we'll be able to also support key priorities that have been set by the council. So ready to move this forward, and I'm very excited for next steps. And happy to make a motion. Oh, someone
We
already.
have a motion. from Councilmember O'Brien, waiting for a second. Second from Mayor Puza. And that is to approve the motions that are included in the staff report as was written. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we will move on to action item 4, discussion and direction on California State Senate Bill 79, the Abundant and Affordable Homes Near Transit Act.
Mayor, before staff begins, I just wanted to put on the record that Vice Mayor Fish and Councilmember O'Brien have leasehold interests within a short distance of the SB 79 zones, and we've discussed the matter, and this actually falls under the public generally exception, so they may proceed with participating.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Troy Vangelo, Advanced Planning Manager, and I'm joined with our Director, Mark Munzer, and I'm here to present to you different options for implementing Senate Bill or SB 79. There's a lot of information in this bill, so I'm going to move quickly through some of these slides, but happy to get into any of the details at the end. Thank you. This bill takes effect on July 1st, and it identifies transit-oriented development, or TOD, stops as a half-mile radius around qualifying transit stops. There are 2 tiers of transit stops. Tier 1 includes heavy rail, which we do not have in Culver City. However, we do have 4 Tier 2 TOD stops, which we'll review in a moment. SB 79 requires a new use to be allowed in the residential and mixed-use zones within these areas. The new use is called transit-oriented housing development, which is essentially multifamily residential housing. And it's important to note that SB 9 does not change the zoning, but simply adds a new use. Here we have a preliminary map showing our 4 Tier 2 locations staff has identified in Culver City. Note that Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, is responsible for producing the official SB 79 map by July 1st, so locations may change or increase. We have 2 stations located at the north end of the city, at Ivy Station, La Cienega. This area includes our Arts District and the Hayden Tract. There's a TOD near the middle of the map at Venice and Overland. And last, a station located near the Costco at Lincoln and Venice. Here we have a zoomed-in view at the 2 stations, Ivy Station and La Cienega. You can see it includes the proposed Hayden Tract specific plan area in the middle. And I'd like to point out there are some grayed out spots, some missing areas. So this SB 79 does not apply to our studios, Amazon Studios, the Sony Studios. It doesn't apply to our public parks. And also, you'll see there's sort of a patchwork of missing highlighted properties, and those are rent-controlled units. So it does not apply to existing rent control units. Here we have the locations at Venice and Overland. And again, notice it does not include the Sony Studios or our park or senior center. And again, some of the missing properties in the brown, which are multifamily rent-controlled units. One other thing I'll highlight, you'll notice a couple of random red outlines. Those are properties on our historic register. We have Helms Bakery and a number of other properties here. So you'll see those throughout some of these areas. And lastly, the proposed station at Venice and Lincoln, which includes the Costco, the single-family neighborhood next to it, and the businesses on Washington Boulevard. So transit-oriented housing development starts at 5 units. And again, this would leave intact the existing zoning so that an R1 single-family zone would still be allowed to build just 1 unit if they chose. A development would need to build a minimum of 5 units to be considered an SB 79 project. There's also a minimum density and a maximum average unit size. So these regulations coupled together make sure that SB 79 projects are true multifamily projects and not, for example, 5 standalone single-family residences. SB 79 requires cities to allow increased heights and densities for this use and within a half-mile radius of qualifying transit stops. As shown on the table here, the closer you are to the transit station, the more density and height are allowed, starting at 85 feet and 140 dwelling units per acre nearest to the station and tapering down as you move away. And I'd like to reiterate that these heights and densities only apply to a qualifying transit-oriented housing development, and they are not the base standards for the zone. So for example, a single-family home in the R1 would still be limited to 30 feet tall. There are additional regulations, as you see here. I won't go through all of them, but a couple things to point out. Many of our existing zones already allow over 10 units without requiring affordable housing. And again, a developer has the option to follow the city's existing zoning and build large multifamily projects without following SB 79 requirements. Transit-oriented housing development projects also are eligible for state and local density bonus, and that would be using those increased densities provided from SB 79. So when it comes to implementation, staff's identified 4 options available, which I'll explain in the following slides. We have reached out to other cities to see how they're implementing SB 79. Santa Monica has not yet chosen a path. West Hollywood has not chosen a path yet, and they actually may not have any qualifying transit stops. Los Angeles is doing both options 3 and 4, first by half implementation, so they're able to defer the full effectuation of SB 79 until 2030. Then they're pursuing option 4 to create a framework for future TOD alternative plans. Beverly Hills is pursuing option 4, looking to shift most of the density out of the single-family neighborhoods and into one particular gateway TOD. So option 1, take no action, would leave the existing zoning intact and allow SB 79 to take effect on July 1st. This would allow transit-oriented housing development projects to use the height and densities under SB 79 without regulations outside of our existing zoning. Option 2, create minimum standards, would also leave our existing zoning but add additional multifamily development standards to new qualifying SB 79 projects. This option would also allow us to defer effectuation of SB 79 on historic sites such as Helms Bakery. Option 3, half implementation, would require Culver City to allow at least half of the required capacity and defer full effectuation until 2030, which is 1 year after our next housing element update. This can be accomplished at a site level by allowing 50% capacity for multifamily projects, or it can be accomplished by allowing 75% capacity at a TOD zone level. I'd like to point out that any of these options that the city may choose to are subject to review by Housing and Community Development, HCD. However, our city ordinances would be in effect on their effective date regardless of any comments received from HCD. So they are required to review and comment, and we have to reply to those comments, but it does not stop anything we adopt from going into effect. Option 4 allows the city to shift densities across sites and TOD zones throughout the city. There are limitations such as maintaining the same overall capacity citywide, as well as maintaining a minimum 50% capacity in each TOD zone and every TOD site. Again, if the city adopted a TOD alternative plan, it would need to be sent to HCD for review and comments. On February 17th, staff and a private group you'll be hearing from tonight, Livable Communities Initiative, gave separate presentations regarding SB 79 options to the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee. The subcommittee recommended pursuing a TOD alternative plan to shift densities to the corridors while allowing the Hayden Tract specific plan to continue on its own process. So in summary, staff is seeking direction on which of the 4 options to pursue. If option 4, TOD alternative plan, is desired, we've identified a few preliminary options. Option A would allow the recommendation of the subcommittee and seek to shift density to the corridors near Ivy Station. Option B would explore several alternatives for where to shift density, returning to the City Council for final direction. Option C would look at incorporating the TOD alternative plans into a larger planning effort that could incorporate future planning for the Arts District, Smiley Blackwelder. And as a reminder, we are awaiting the official TOD maps from SCAG, which are required by the effective date of July 1st. So while preliminary work could begin, we would want to have those maps to have any type of final product. And lastly, if this council does wish to pursue a TOD alternative plan, staff recommends adopting an interim ordinance to ensure minimum development standards and/or deferred effectuation that would be in place by July 1. And in order to have an ordinance that would take effect by July 1, staff would need to move an accelerated timeline. Essentially, within 30 days, staff would produce an ordinance and begin the adoption process. Factoring in 2 city council readings and a 30-day waiting period, the ordinance would go into effect by June 24th. And again, HCD would have up to 120 days to review, but our ordinance could still go into effect.
Thank you, Troy. Mark Munzer, Planning and Development Director, Interim Housing and Human Services Director. Just a couple notes for the council. SB 79 is an incredibly complicated piece of legislation. City staff, I think Troy and his team have spent hundreds of hours trying to decipher it. Obviously, believe in its intent and will do our best to adopt an ordinance as quickly as possible. When you're looking at this timeline that's on the screen, the reason why it's reading as 6 to 9 months, potentially 12, if it's part of a larger arts district, Smiley Blackwelder plan, is just a reminder to the council and the community that we still do need to finish the 2 specific plans that we're wrapping up right now, including one that we're going to talk about after this item tonight, the Hayden Tract specific plan, and also the Fox Hills specific plan, which has some funding that's tied to it, which means that we need to adopt it by June. We'll be back here in May, I believe, with the Fox Hills plan. So a lot of this is staff capacity to wrap up the plans that we've committed to as a part of the general plan and zoning code update, and then we could shift to TOD alternate plan if that's what the council would like us to do. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment and 90 seconds each.
Travis, I'm going to pull up your presentation, and we're going to have you go first. Give me just one moment.
Thank you. While we're pulling up the slides,
There we go.
I am a member of BPAC, but I'm speaking in my role on behalf of Liberal Communities Initiative, which is an all-volunteer group, of which I am one volunteer. By the way, I wore my green shirt today expecting to be presenting on St. Patrick's Day, so I'm very happy at the time that we're presenting right now. Let's move to our first slide. LCI, as we know, our vision is to have inclusive, pedestrian-focused, multimodal, transit-accessible corridors, where people actually want to live, building things that are beautiful, that make our city better. If we want to keep moving. So Why we're advocating for an alternative plan is, number one is to encourage a town center feel, to be able to utilize this as an opportunity to encourage housing around vibrant, walkable streets on our corridors, to be able to unlock single stair construction along those corridors. While we passed single stair unanimously, 5-0, with this as the only city in the state, we actually do not have the ability to implement that right now because our corridors need additional zoning changes to that. And we could unlock that with SB 79. We also believe that there would be lower traffic impacts by ensuring that the dense housing is along our transit corridors in the places where people are more likely to walk and to bike as well. And of course, we can support our local retail businesses by adding customers immediately adjacent, including directly above them, in order to provide more customers. So that's our vision for how we can really make SB 79 our own. These are the current densities today in two of the major areas, which are the ones that we'll be focusing on. And so this is our current map as we see. The darker colors indicate more density currently zoned, and the lighter colors indicate less density currently zoned. If we then look at the next slide, we'll look at SB 79 by default. And so if you're immediately adjacent to a transit center, you have higher minimum standards. And then as you go out from that, it goes lower to 100 dwelling units per acre and down to 80 dwelling units per acre. But it's essentially uniform across that circle. But as we know, people don't travel as the crow flies. People travel on streets and and on corridors. So if we look at our next map, this is a draft, kind of just early back of the envelope, using some pretty sophisticated software and modeling. And what we did was we also drew in, so we have the orange lines, which are Metro bus service. We have the green lines, which is our Culver City Line 1 and 1C1. And we have the bike path, which is, of course, along the creek. And we have the yellow Expo line in here, just to show where people may be able to more easily walk and bike. And so what we see here is that rather than having a uniform kind of yellow 80 dwelling units per acre across the entire circles, we are condensing this down into the corridors to be able to unlock that single stair. Along these really small lots on our corridors, and to be able to really unlock that potential along there. And then, as we go further afield, then those densities taper down quite a bit. So this is what we presented to the to the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee, and we also left Hayden Tract, as was mentioned, at the default, so that the specific plan could address those more specifically. So this is our plan. If we go to one more slide, actually we'll skip this slide and we'll go to the next one. So our recommendation is that we actively pursue option 4, which is the alternative plan. That if possible, we accelerate this process by engaging academic or nonprofit resources. So, for instance, UCLA has their city lab, MIT has their city science lab, and things like this, where this does require money, but they have automated and machine learning backed resources that could accelerate the plan pretty significantly, and could also give us a variety of different options very quickly in terms of how the city may want to implement or pair this with other design standards. We're also not opposed to what is included in option 2, which is which can be layered on top of any of the options, objective design standards, so encouraging pedestrian-oriented design in our multifamily areas. So That's our presentation, and we just want to thank city staff. This has been a Herculean lift from them, and so we wanted to just give kudos and a shout out to them as well. Thank you.
So now we'll start our public comment. We currently have 14 speakers signed up. I'm going to go ahead and call the first 10. We have Kyle Allen Neeson, Jean Black, Paul Goodwin, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, Jack Galanti, Nancy Barba, Scott Epstein, Janine Wisnowski, and Joseph Cohen May. Our first speaker is Kyle Allen Neeson.
Hi, folks. Thanks for taking public comments on this. My name is Kyle Allen Neeson. I live in the Helms Bakery area. I have lived there since 2019. I think it's great, SB 79. I think it's going to help us welcome new neighbors. I think that you guys should certainly look at option 4, adopting an alternative plan. I think you should also potentially think about folding in the specific plans. Hayden Tract is going to be something that's within the area. And so I think it makes sense to think about what the density you can add to Hayden Tract that would potentially reduce some of the impacts on some of the other parts of the neighborhood. I think the LCI presentation was really good. I think that that's something that you guys should look very closely at. And I think if need be, in order to unlock those specific plans, you should look at half implementation just to give yourselves the time, because the timeline is pretty compressed. So those are my thoughts. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Black, followed by Paul Goodwin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jean Black. I'm a member of the Planning Commission, but my comments on this topic are strictly my own. Culver City's decision about how to implement SB 79 is very important, and I urge you to vote for option 4, a TOD alternative plan. We all know California has a housing crisis that's been decades in the making. Unfortunately, the state has had to force communities to build housing because it wasn't happening voluntarily. But the state can only do this in a one-size-fits-all manner. It doesn't matter if the current properties within half a mile of a transit stop are single-family homes or a high-density mixed-use zone already. SB 79 default option is to treat them all alike, mandating increases in both density and building height limits. I realize that developing a TOD alternative plan will be a heavy lift for our small but mighty planning department. But developing an alternative plan will give Culver City more control over its own destiny. With an HCD-approved plan, the city can designate less density in the residential areas that are further from a transit stop and reallocate it to where many residents have said they prefer, along corridors like Culver and Washington Boulevards. I strongly support the approach developed by Livable Communities Initiative, which, with our single-stair ordinance, enables owners of the small properties that line our corridors to develop them as housing and retail at a livable scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Goodwin, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Hello, thank you very much. I am a longtime homeowner in the McManus district. I may be the only representative speaking here tonight who actually lives in Culver City and in that part of Culver City. And I just want to say that I urge you to think about 2 priorities. One is obviously the need for more housing to keep our city affordable, and for that I salute you gentlemen who are here tonight. I also want you to think about another priority that is part of your purview as city council members, and that is the neighborhood in which I live and in which hundreds and hundreds of people live, a really beautiful, quirky, diverse neighborhood in many ways. And I just urge you to keep those 2 priorities in mind. I understand that there is a possibility of focusing your development along the corridors, along Washington Boulevard and along National Boulevard, and by doing so to help protect our neighborhood from the potential impacts of SB 79. So I really hope that this voice is heard in your heads as you're making this decision, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Marcy Bond.
Good evening. This is one of the reasons I actually started coming to council meetings. The threat of having multi-units in the single-family R1 neighborhoods is just terrifying. It's horrible. It takes away everything about what my choice was to live here. And that I urge you to remember. R1 neighborhoods should remain single-family homes. There are definitely areas that could handle a little more, but we have a lot of development already happening. I don't know what our infrastructure can handle, and the idea of having a bunch more of the cumulus type of projects popping up very easily anywhere in your little, it's a lot. And I urge you to think about quality of life and your current residents and people who come here, and what will that look like? What will living in Culver City look like when we are surrounded by monstrous buildings just a half mile down the street? It's a huge change culturally, environmentally, just day-to-day living will be affected. So if whatever you're going to do it incredibly thoughtfully and respectfully of the people who live here now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Jack Galante.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Marcy Bond. I am a PRCS commissioner, but the opinions that I am speaking right now are my own. This actually saddens me because a lot of the people who moved into the single family home residence did so thinking that this was always going to be single family home residence. And now they're going to be looking at these giant buildings in their neighborhoods. And sadly, 0 of these are going to be condos, which means 0 of the people moving in will actually be able to own anything. They will all be apartments. So no stakeholders except for the people who own those buildings. And that's sad. And that means as we get rid of all of these single family homes, it's going to be harder and harder for people to buy single family homes because they will become more expensive. And the only people who will be able to own them will be very, very wealthy. So I also urge all of you to think on this carefully. And then I also urge everybody to remember this when they go to the ballots and to vote these people out who are destroying our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galante with 1 minute, seated by Mark Galante, followed by Nancy Barba.
I support the full implementation of SB 79 as shown in option 4. I also want to uplift and strongly support the implementation of Livable Community Initiative's vision for a more vibrant and walkable city, especially around transit stops in and near our city. A more locally focused, walkable, and neighborhood vibe for Culver City, which is what Culver City says residents of Culver City love, and also why visitors come to enjoy our local laid-back vibe. I encourage a more pedestrian-oriented and green design, which will expand the walkability and use of our already extremely walkable and friendly city, especially seen in our downtown area with the Town Plaza at the Culver Steps, which is an extremely loved and well-used on a daily basis and shows how important walkable areas are for the well-being of our community. We must expand more people's access to the local gem we call home in Culver City with our local attractions, dining opportunities, local businesses, and cherished local events located in and near the TOZ zones. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Barba, followed by Scott Epstein.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nancy Barba, and I'm a Culver City resident, and I strongly support option 4, the TOD alternative as detailed in LCI's proposal. What we're discussing today is not new, it's not radical, and it's definitely not monstrous. This vision has already been woven into Culver City's own general plan, and it's consistent with the city's transit-oriented development visioning study. The plan is simply, how do we make good on commitments that the city has already made? The reality is that most of the people that have jobs in Culver City cannot afford to live here and must live outside. This extreme imbalance has a human and environmental cost, and it drives up home prices, it displaces working families, disproportionately families of color, and it floods our streets with commuter traffic and greenhouse gas emissions. So the housing affordability crisis is not just a social issue, it's a climate issue. And apartment residents are stakeholders. They are also voters. So this plan addresses directly creating high quality, affordable homes, having pathways to ownership and rentals, at a range of sizes and price points. This is exactly what walkable neighborhood, retail, close to jobs and transit, that is the quality of life promised by things like the 15-minute city. Please vote for option 4.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Epstein, followed by Janine Wisnowski.
Good evening, council members. Scott Epstein, Policy Director with Abundant Housing LA, here in strong support of option 4, which would fashion a local alternative plan for SB 79 implementation. Culver City did a very big thing last year, legalizing single-stair buildings up to 6 stories, the first in the state. But as Travis mentioned, the major corridors in Culver City don't currently have the zoning to support these exciting building typologies. In the long term, this council should be looking to upzone all of its corridors to be able to create the buildings that you envision for Culver City. But in the short term, we have an amazing opportunity via a local alternative plan for 79 implementation to further your own pro-housing vision. Abundant Housing LA was a co-sponsor of SB 79, and we have been working closely with Livable Communities Initiative and other pro-housing organizations on this local alternative plan, and this partnership represents a best-case scenario for the local flexibility provisions built into SB 79. Finally, I urge you to reject option 3, which would take needed staff resources away from the important work of creating an alternative plan and limit the city's flexibility in the long run to set the development pattern that you want to set in these TOD zones. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski, followed by Joseph Cohen-May.
I sound like a broken record, but speakers tonight are once again proving my my appeal for a lobby registry. As well-intentioned as speakers may be from their various organizations, people who are in a subcommittee being presented by them, or coming to city council and listening to them should know who they are and how they benefit, even though they say everyone benefits. So SB 79 obviously is taking effect whether people want it or not. Although I'm suspicious of speakers based on their activism on housing, which we do need, I'm looking at one, and I think that's no, because it doesn't take neighborhood context, infrastructure, or local conditions into account. Option 2 applies the standards, but doesn't allow the city to decide where growth should be focused. So that's a no. 3 delays the timeline, but it does not really answer the planning question as to where Culver City wants growth to occur, and it could create uncertainty and suspicion in the meantime. So for that reason, I think that option 4 would be the most thoughtful plan forward, because it would allow the city to comply with state law while thoughtfully directing, hopefully, thoughtfully, where housing capacity is located, focus growth on major corridors and routes to transit rather than relying on solely a radius map. So Culver City obviously needs to comply with the state laws, and we should do so where planning and growth makes the most sense along the corridors.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Cohen May, followed by Martin Tomas.
Hello, I'm Joseph Cohen May from the Los Angeles Housing Production Institute. I'll be brief. I support option 4, developing an alternative plan. I don't agree with all the elements of LCI's plan, but I think that's a really good starting point. I would like to see all the eligible areas potentially allow at least maybe like 10 units, but I think that having that gradient from the corridors is a good idea. And I think it also could make sense to implement in the meantime some design standards through option 2, just as that'd be quick to do, and also exclude historic properties, but the focus should be on implementing an alternative plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Martin Tomas, followed by Ben Parnas.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Martin Tomas, Culver City resident. I work here, I raise my family here, and I'm also part of the LCI group. So we live in a duplex R2 block with a mix of single people, couples, families, roommates, renting ADUs, and for us, it's everything we love about Culver City, the community mix, the friendliness, the kids riding their bikes to school, the fact that the neighborhood is set up for walkability to schools, transit, Jackson Market, downtown, if you're lucky, walkability to your job. But sadly, our friends and neighbors keep moving out because of the high cost of living here. They want to buy, but their only choice is $2 million single-family homes. So what happens? People move out, and they commute every day back into Culver City. So 97% of people who work in Culver City commute from out of town. And the traffic at rush hour is killing us. So here's our chance. Culver City's own customized implementation of the SB 79 law we're required to comply with option 4. We keep human scale housing throughout the city with increased density along the boulevards, and Culver City gets vibrant retail corridors where local residents can access these restaurants, shops, and actually enjoy a charming walk to transit. And with Culver City's recently passed single stair ordinance, property owners don't have to sell to big developers who typically assemble lots into larger mega development apartment complexes. They can build high-quality courtyard apartments over their own single small parcels. We have a terrific council leadership, world-class planning department, excited for you all to put your heads together and help us get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Parnas, followed by Kira Plish.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Ben Parnas. I'm a member of the Bike and Pedestrian Subcommittee, but I'm coming here as a private citizen. I'm a Culver City resident, and I'm super excited to see how you guys decide to implement SB 79. I'm not a housing expert, and I'm not going to make a call on which option you choose here, although I do think that having more options is likely, and having some control over the process is likely going to be helpful in the long run. So if there are alternative plans that work out and are feasible, I support that. I actually wanted to mainly call out what I'm seeing as a missed opportunity in the current station identification. I noticed that the Culver City Transit Center is not listed as one of the stops that is considered a tier 2. And that makes sense because it sounds like they need to be bus rapid transit lines to qualify. But every alternative of the Sepulveda Connects plan, which as far as I can tell is a plan our city plans to implement, includes dedicated bus lanes in this area. And it would be prudent to include that station as a potential transit-oriented development area, given that it has more bus lines going to it than any of the stops currently identified in the plan. So I highly recommend thinking about that and potentially saving some time in the future by including it. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kara Push, followed by Lindsay Sturman.
Hi there. I'd like to voice support for the TOD alternative plan and to urge you not to delay action or implementation of SB 79 at all. I think in addition to making a lot of intuitive sense, the TOD plan provides Culver City with the option to not simply meet the minimum requirements, but to embrace the intent of the bill by implementing a Culver City specific plan. I'm really grateful to be able to give input on this topic. I think this is an awesome opportunity for this council and for us as a city to continue embracing policy that truly aligns with the values of increased affordability, walkability, and sustainability, all things that hinge on logical and intentional increases in density along transportation corridors. In combination with single stair reform and our commendable ongoing commitment to improving bicycle and pedestrian access across the city, LCI's proposed plan seems to maximize the utility of SB 79 locally. You guys also all endorsed SB 79 at the state level recently, and so I'm stoked now is our time to carry out that endorsement. Yeah, thank you guys for your consideration and time.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Lindsay Sturman.
Thank you. I'm the co-founder of the LCI and a mom, and I used to work in Culver City, so I know the community and I love the community. I want to speak in support of option 4. It really can build broad neighborhood consensus. It gets housing built. It's a program where parcel owners can build, and this creates an urban fabric and a walkable amenity for everyone, and it's the number one most sought after amenity. It also allows for attainable homeownership, and 40% of Americans want to live in a walkable neighborhood, but only 6.8% can, so there's a huge unmet need. So I would love to see you support option 4. Thanks.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, great. We'll go to questions and comments from council, starting with Councilmember O'Brien.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Would I be able to just start this one off? Thank you so much, and thanks for accommodating that. And thank you, Mr. Evangelo and Director Munzer, for that presentation. So informative of such a complicated policy matter, and it's a big decision for this council. So thank you for all the work you've put into it. I know you're already strapped, and thank you to LCI for your ideas and your energy as well. I think I just wanted to preface by saying, since I was part of the subcommittee conversations, I'm sure it comes as no surprise that this. I'm looking at this from the point of view of our housing crisis. California is in the red by 1 to 3 million homes. That's what's driving our housing crisis and those unaffordable rents. SB 79 is the result of a statewide advocacy effort to increase housing capacity across the state and address that crisis by allowing for more homes near our major transit investments where the environmental benefits are the greatest. People can easily live, work, play, all while driving less. And also, on the flip side, our transit investments are supported by higher ridership when we do that. This TOD plan would really allow us to do a number of things when it comes to housing production. So it's no surprise that that's an angle I'm coming at it, but it allows us to both shift the density away from parcels that are unlikely to redevelop and towards parcels that are. It allows us to shift the housing from the rent-stabilized parcels that are exempt to elsewhere on the map, generating more homes than the default. But I also want to speak to my colleagues who might be coming at this from another perspective, and I respect that, and community members who might be coming at this from another perspective. I think Ms. Black said it really well: control over our destiny. Option 1 is the default plan, and it's that blunt instrument. Just, no matter, all that matters is how far you are from that transit stop. And option 2 and option 3, or option 3 does very similarly it is a blunt instrument as well, because it changes the underlying zoning and does it in a uniform manner. And what I hear from LCI and what I hear that they're advocating for is an alt plan, just as Beverly Hills did, so that we can design our approach, we can make our destiny and tailor it to what makes Culver City unique, and to the intricacies of our city. And there are a number of benefits, I think, to pursuing an alt plan, but the main benefit is flexibility, because the alt plan allows us to avoid permanent zoning changes that are more difficult to undo or change. It also allows us to better apply the purpose of the bill to concentrate that density closest to the stations based on how people actually travel to the stations. As the crow flies is how the staff report referenced it, and same with LCI, Mr. Morgan's presentation. That is how these densities were created, was a straight line from your home to the station, but that's not actually how people travel, right? Especially in the Arts District, all those streets are dead ends, so people have to go onto the commercial corridors, and that's especially important there. But it's important to know for us to be able to shift density to how people actually travel to the stations, and that's what an alt plan would allow us to do. So this TOD plan would allow Culver City to be really tailored and specific, and we could layer some development standards, as staff suggested, on top of that and include, protecting any historic buildings. And it also allows us to push a lot of those homes onto the closest, onto the commercial corridors and those streets and parcels closest to the commercial corridors, so that people can get what they need just steps outside their home and reduce the need for vehicle trips. I think this is a win-win-win. I think it's similar to our conversation on single stair, and I hope my colleagues agree. We're, shifting the density to where people, not only where we need it most on those commercial corridors that are closest to transit, but it's where I think the majority of our city can also agree that it should be. At the same time, we're allowing for a lot more homes than we otherwise would with just the default plan. So I want to echo another comment that Ms. Black made. I want to thank our small but mighty staff. You guys have really stepped up with this, and also the specific plans are already juggling. So thank you for wanting to be open to all options here. We're obviously going to have to think through how this comes to fruition, and I'm excited and interested to hear what my colleagues have to say. I want to thank Councilmember McMorrin for her thought partnership in the subcommittee, and I'm looking forward to building more walkable neighborhoods, building more homes, but doing it in a thoughtful and well-designed manner. And I don't have any questions because we've talked so much about this, and just thank you for the time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks. Councilmember McMorrin.
Oh, we going all out of order this evening. All right. Got to be on our toes. Well, thank you, Vice Mayor, for serving on this subcommittee. And thank you so much to staff for all of the heavy lifting and just always being prepared. I know that the things that come down from the state are not easy, and the things that we ask you to do are not easy. And sometimes the public isn't easy either. So we're just grateful for the grace and the care that you are bringing to the work each day. Thank you to the LCI folks and all of the public comments. Really grateful for this opportunity this evening. I'll be super brief because I think we were pretty clear coming out of subcommittee to go with option 4. But I see it as, a lot of the stuff here is running a city, but this is really a good thing, a good opportunity that we have to do tonight. It's an invitation to envision a more welcoming, walkable Culver City. It's an opportunity for us to really have more neighbors, have more opportunities for folks to buy into our community at a price point that folks can afford. A huge reason that I decided to run, feels like forever ago at this point, was I was a renter, and I was really concerned about not having rent control and my rent going up, and would I ever be able to afford to buy a home in Culver City. And many of my peers share this concern, this fear, this trade-off that we're all navigating. And this opportunity, this plan, complemented with some of the other plans that our staff is graciously working on, gives us an opportunity to really do that in a way that we still have care, there's still intention behind that. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I'm grateful for all the hands that brought us here and all the thought partnership. And I'm excited for what we get to do this evening. Thank you so much for the time, Mayor.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Thanks again, guys, for all the work on this. And I appreciate taking my call and answering some questions. It's funny. I think, like the Vice Mayor said, for different reasons, we may actually all agree on this one. I do have a couple questions. I love maps. I've just been staring at this map for a while and perplexed by our borders. So there's just some kind of nonsensical gaps in these circles, and I'm just kind of curious. I mean, like, you got that little itty bitty part there in the Arts District where I think it's Fay and McManus are at Washington, and then that little gap around Duquesne and downtown. Is there a way, at least on the corridors, we can bring those to consistency with what could potentially be directed with option 4 here for what's within the circles?
Right. So what we're talking about, again, is this new use, transit-oriented housing development. Right. And we technically can add, I mean, I'm speaking off what I know about this. I don't see any reason why we couldn't expand that use, but I do know when it comes to the TOD alternative plan, you're only allowed to shift densities within that half-mile boundary. So I don't see anything that would not allow us to add additional densities elsewhere outside of it, per se, but it wouldn't be accounted for, right? Everything within the half-mile has to be accounted for.
It would just seem, I mean, as strange as our borders are, it would make sense to have weird gaps, but just a thought that I have there.
Council member, one thing I would add, we can't do anything about the borders.
Yeah.
As the map guys, we're constantly faced with them. But that's one of the reasons why we'd advocate for one of the reasons that we'd potentially do like a larger arts district, Smiley Blackwelder plan, so we could make some reconciliations for these small areas that fall outside of 79.
Okay, thank you. Since I have you, Director, for the option 2, where it's developing minimum standards, can you give some examples of what those may be?
Sure. Yeah, I can jump in here. So, a lot of the areas that SB 79 covers, as we've seen, are R1 single-family neighborhoods or R2 duplex neighborhoods. And so those neighborhoods have standards that address just that, 1, maybe 2 units, versus if you jump up the scale and you start looking at some of our multifamily neighborhoods, we have development standards that address buildings that can go 56 feet tall and that have requirements for open space, balconies, things like that, that you don't get when you just have the R1, R2 standards. So it could essentially be, a quick, not so copy and paste, grabbing those types of development standards that we already have that apply to multifamily and just incorporating them into this new use to kind of plug that missing gap where we don't have any standards yet.
That's why we think the timeline that was presented as part of the PowerPoint, that we could do that option 2 option and get it with council approval, get it through by the end of June before the effective date, because as Troy mentioned, those development standards already exist in other districts, so we should be able to pull them over fairly quickly.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. So, about 4 years ago, this was a topic for different reasons. We were dealing with the housing element update and all that, and something that I spoke strongly that we should concentrate this increased density around the corridors, and this is what it sounds like everyone who spoke wants us to do, and I'm happy for that, because it's what I've been wanting to do. So, I mean, I'll say that I would like to do what you were saying, to get the deadline, something in there to go with option 2, but then also work on option 4 so that we can get more granular, retain the R1 neighborhood, R2 neighborhoods as best we can, and concentrate more density along the corridors where it's transit rich, and hopefully create communities where people live, work, and play. So, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for everybody really came out and speak. And Travis, thank you so much for speaking with me and really diving deep into some of the questions that I had. I appreciate it. Mr. Munzer, in terms of, option 2 and 4, and I hear what you're saying, is there any drawback or if we went with option 4 as opposed to implementing option 2, what potential drawbacks, if any, would there be?
Well, you can do 2 and 4 together. Just to be clear, we would do 2 first and then 4. But you chose not to pursue option 2, and SB 79 goes into effect on July 1st, and you had an SB 79 project, it would not have any multifamily development standards associated with it that we require now for projects in our multifamily districts. So it's a stopgap, if you will, because of the July 1st effective date for us to get something into place.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we all, during one portion of our campaign or not, really talked about, transit-oriented corridors and walkable, livable communities. And I think this is a great way of really showing everybody really that we were serious in terms of creating these areas. So for that reason, I do support option 2 while we are exploring option 4. I think it gives us that little layer of protection so we can meet the deadline moving forward. So those are my brief but sweet comments. Thank you so much, sir.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation, all the work that you're doing. It's incredible. Thanks to all the public comments. Really appreciate everyone's thoughts on this issue. Looks like we're going in a direction, so I won't belabor this too long, but we're figuring out the best way to deal with this state law, and the alternative plan, option 4, is the most thoughtful, in my opinion, and will give us the most flexibility. So I'll be going in that direction as well. Would the Vice Mayor like to make a motion?
The Vice Mayor has made a motion.
Great, hey.
Happy to, and I just wanted to add one note of potential direction. In terms of option 2 with the development standards, I know part of that process is designating historic sites. So we just love for all of this to come back to the subcommittee for conversation when time is appropriate and when those sites are being reviewed, and then just asking for a review of how we might be able to, for some of the historic sites, preserve them while also allowing for housing. If that can be a conversation of what would that look like if we were to allow for housing on top of or in tandem with, while preserving those historic sites. I know that might be an added element of complexity. And if it doesn't end up, I know it might impact like timelines of developing that. It might be an added level, but just wanted to have that conversation about whether that's something we should include.
Yeah, we'll have to look. We certainly can provide an update to the subcommittee. We are on a really tight timeline for option 2 to get to the Planning Commission, I think on April 22nd. So very quickly, considering when reports have to be written and ordinances developed. So I'm not sure that we'll be able to do that, but we could consider a special meeting as, during that process, particularly focused on but you're talking about daylighting a particular focus on the historic sites as part of option 2.
I would just love to see the development standards in a subcommittee meeting, if possible. I understand you guys are under the gun. If at all possible, we could have a meeting, because I think there are going to be some kinks to work out there before it goes to planning commission, but I understand you guys are under a time constraint, but that would be great if we can make it work.
Okay, we'll do our best.
Thank you.
Promise.
Thank you. And then with that, happy to make the motion to move this forward with the LCI plan as a guide, LCI presentation as a guide. I see we have a question, but Mayor, is it okay if we entertain that? I see we have a question from a member.
The motion would be just enabling city staff, if they wanted to seek, there are SCAG grants and other sources of grants where you could potentially have outside resources to be able to help city staff and accelerate. And so, just enabling them to pursue those if they so chose.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Yeah, happy to add that as well. I know there's an MIT grant that there's discussion about, and any other funding sources that could be explored to help us pursue the alternate plan, since that's going to be 6 to 12 months of work.
Yeah, for sure. Anything that LCI or any other community groups want to forward to us, or certainly council members, in terms of grant opportunities, absolutely happy, of course, to look into them. While I have the microphone, just wanted to be clear that the motion is for option 2 to bring back to the council, and also to pursue option 4, the TOD alternate plan.
And also just researching any funding opportunities if staff can find those, and then coming to the subcommittee, if at all possible, with both of those when the time is right.
Yes,
But
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Director.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, second by Mayor Puza. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we'll go to our final action item, update and discussion on the Hayden Track specific plan and receipt of council comments and recommendations. And I'll turn it back over to staff.
Good evening again, Troy Evangelo, Advanced Planning Manager. I'm joined with our consultants online from AECom. We have Ashley Hung and Mike Peterson, and they're going to be delivering the bulk of this presentation. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to them. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for joining us to have this discussion about the Hayden Track tonight. If you can go to the next slide. So we wanted to start just by stepping back a few months and reminding the council what the Planning Commission and council input has been to date. And largely, both bodies have been aligned, focusing on studying increased height and density, improving the pedestrian and bicyclist experience and safety, connecting to the creek, and balancing business and residential development. We also heard from the Planning Commission a concern around appropriate architectural styles, and we've been looking into different regulatory options relating to that going forward, and the current avant-garde style of architecture that's found in the district. Next slide. And we wanted to share the height alternatives, A and B. You've already seen A. B is the result of prior Planning Commission and council input. A retains, well, actually both retain the 56-foot limit along the western edge. And A increases to 75 feet maximum height in the core area, which is that lighter blue along National, and then 85 feet along the creek, which is the darker blue. And then alternative B, the difference is that in the core, we're exploring 85 feet instead of 75, and then 110 feet along the creek. So these changes, again, aim to allow taller buildings away from the lower density residential areas to the west, enhance the creek's framing, and then improve amenities along the creek as well. We've also been discussing inclusionary housing options based on input from the Planning Commission. Next slide. And so in both alternatives, the parcels adjacent to the existing residential, as I noted, we're proposing to remain at the current 56-foot height maximum and 65 dwelling unit per acre density. The 85-foot height limit is aligned with 100 DU per acre density, which is what's found currently in the city's mixed-use high zone, which is around Ivy Station, Culver Centers, Studio Village shopping centers, and then some blocks in Fox Hills. And then finally, for the 110-foot maximum height along the creek in alternative B, we're exploring a 120 DU per acre density. So we understand the city is seeing all projects in similar zones also make use of state and local density bonuses. So we will be presuming that projects in this area would also be taking advantage of those bonuses under these standards as well. Next slide. So we're currently looking at a couple of incentives to consider. One is for hotels. We're exploring increasing a height maximum of 120 feet in the core and along Biona Creek. And then also exploring publicly accessible open space in multifamily residential and mixed use, and then potentially increasing height and density maximums aligned with that incentive. Next slide. So for the mobility concept, we have a concept with safety and traffic management at the core of the vision for the plan area. And the overarching components are complete streets, connections, and building more public spaces. So the concept increases bikes, creating wider pedestrian zones, incorporating more street trees, having clear signage and pedestrian through zones, basically allowing for more space for people to walk between outdoor dining and amenities, stormwater capture, and even including some small parklet open spaces as well. One thing to note is that these changes generally would require parallel parking on both sides of the street, and then dedications tied to development. In this example is a 60-foot right-of-way, so that's what you see on Hayden Avenue, Eastham, Stellar, and Warner Drives. And for those, we would anticipate a 3-foot dedication on both sides. Next slide. And National, yeah, just another example on National. So again, the vision is to create a wider pedestrian area on the south side and add more trees and landscaping. That change would just require removing the parallel parking on the south side and reduce an eastbound lane. Thank you. And then just really briefly on the community events that we've held to date. So we held Hayden Tracts and Fox Hills specific plan tables together at multiple events throughout the year. We had a community open house at Sid Cornenthal Park in September and launched an updated version of the virtual open house aligned with that. And then staff had multiple conversations with property owners in the tract to talk about the options and talk them through the process. Next. And community feedback. So we presented a draft vision along with guiding principles and the alternatives and concepts that you just saw. We received a variety of reactions on the height alternatives. There were some concerns for alternative B, but also some support. Additionally, we heard from attendees support for open space amenities, and they suggested specific features to consider, which we documented. But there was also an overarching theme of concern about traffic patterns and safety. Next. So next steps include refining the draft standards that we've been collaborating with staff on, drafting the plan, and then conducting environmental analyses in the coming months. There will be another open house around May to review the draft standards and plan once we have those in place. And then in the summer, sharing the plan itself with adoption anticipated for later in the fall. And to close and summarize, these are the questions that we really want to focus on getting your feedback on tonight. So the first is on the height alternatives with the 85 or 110 foot maximum height along the creek. Should we be looking at requiring affordable housing and looking at those policies? Should we include incentives for publicly accessible open space and hotels? And then just again, for the open space, it would be potentially added height and density and then added height for hotels. Thank you. And we're available, of course, to answer any questions.
All right, looks like we have 5 public comments, or 5 speakers. Let's do 90 seconds each.
Thank you. Our public comment speakers are Jean Black, Jack Galenti, Scott Epstein, Joseph Cohn-May, and Ben Parnas. Our first speaker is Jean Black, followed by Jack Galenti.
Good evening again. My name is Jean Black. I am a member of the Planning Commission, but my comments are strictly my personal views. The staff report and the presentation were really well done and cover a lot of topics. I'd like to make 2 points. First, about the proposed height alternatives. The city can create development codes, but it can't make property owners do anything. I've seen people on Facebook comment that we should require developers to provide 50% affordable housing in order to get approved. But developers couldn't possibly charge enough for market rate units to subsidize half of them. So a goal that might seem good in concept would result in 0 new housing. I have a PhD in public health, and I tend to think in terms of community benefit, but real estate development isn't a charitable activity. If we want a warehouse owner to redevelop their property and add housing, we need to make it worth their while. If we want public green space, we need to figure out a way to incentivize or buy it. While I may wish we didn't need to allow buildings with 8 or more stories, the economic realities may require it, or we could risk getting no housing at all. During the past couple of decades, Culver City attracted thousands of new jobs but built almost no housing. That's why everyone drives to work. We have the opportunity to reverse that now. But my second point is to encourage council to focus on more than just housing density and height. The Hayden Tract truly is unique, and we should do everything we can to keep it a cool place. Let's make at least a portion of it car-free, run a shuttle, improve pedestrian and cyclist access. We need sidewalks wide enough for dining, not surface parking for cars. We should keep the creative offices so people can live near where they work. I'd like to see it become real mixed use, not just housing built on top of services and retail. So I hope the housing incentives aren't so attractive that all the property owners decide they want to raise their existing buildings to create cookie-cutter housing. Getting this right is a serious challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galenti with 1 minute seated by Mark Galenti, followed by Scott Epstein.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Vice Mayor. I support either option. I think the option that gives the best community benefit is the one that we should go forward with. I want to bring up something that my dad brought up to me, is he wanted me to mention that he doesn't want the sky to be limited by the buildings when you're biking on the Balina Creek bike path. The existing buildings aren't as high right now, so you can kind of still view the sky when you're biking on it. I think that's something important to bring up, especially that the creek is a very valuable aspect of our city. I just want to hope that the proposed improvements to the bike and pedestrian infrastructure is within BPAP and the plans for a better connectivity in the city, and keep the local laid back and nature loving open spaces that we love in Culver City, and one of the things many people love here. I love the implementation of our complete streets, and specifically Culver City's Green Street initiative within the Green Streets Master Plan. Wider sidewalks cater to an improvement for walkability in the area. I want to uplift expanded bike infrastructure in that area for employees and visitors that are working and visiting that area. Also, I'm excited about the proposed Bologna Creek crossing, as that's been a topic for many years. And I want to uplift that the expanded open spaces in the area must be accessible to the public. Other projects I've heard about within this realm have these parks that will open basically for 2 hours a day from a gate that is locked for 4 hours of a day. We want to make sure that open spaces are accessible to city residents and not just private entities. I want to bring up that I love the street trees. Any additions to trees in our community, it's great. And, 10 seconds. Any expected excitement from any prospective businesses or companies that would move their businesses to Culver City if the building heights were increased to 85 or even 110 feet heights for the proposed partials. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Epstein, followed by Joseph Cohen-May.
Good evening. The Hayden Tract is really an incredibly unique opportunity to build a mixed-use neighborhood with dense housing, vibrant open spaces, and vital mobility connections. Its location near major transportation infrastructure and current low-rise built environment make the neighborhood attractive for a high-rise, high-density development pattern that can help deliver badly needed new housing. However, initial height alternatives presented by planning are likely not robust enough to incentivize production given high land costs in the Hayden Tract. The Hayden Tract specific plan is an opportunity for Culver City to lean in on its commitment to active transportation, but game-changing public space amenities such as additional entry points to the bikeway, bridges over the creek to amenities like Baldwin Hills Scenic Overlook, and public paseos breaking up the tract's internal blocks will only be feasible as part of ambitious, high-density redevelopment projects that have a lot of resources. The incentive program should be structured to provide the height and density necessary to produce these vibrant public spaces. Planning for a mid-rise district could add some housing, but would yield little in the way of open space and mobility connections. Please embrace a plan that reaches higher vertically while preserving more open space for active transportation, recreation, and community building. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Cohen-May, followed by Ben Parnas.
Hello. I really appreciate the work staff has done, but I sort of feel like the initial proposals are a bit of a missed opportunity. Hayden Tract, as Scott just said, is a really unique place, and it's an environment where just over the city line on the LA side, you already have three now high-rises, and the area is known nationally, maybe internationally, for unique architecture, and I think it's a place where we really could get amazing world-class buildings that are known around the world and really become iconic pieces of Culver City, along with amazing public infrastructure in terms of parks, in terms of connections, over the creek, to the overlook, to the bike path, and I just think that there should be some thought in terms of thinking about creative and unique ways. Obviously, California state housing law is very restrictive in how you can design specific plans and think about density. But I would, and you can't have, you have to have objective design standards, so you can't just say, make it crazy design. But I encourage to think about this creatively, about ways of creating a place that's really unique and not just a run-of-the-mill, mid-rise, giant, we don't want more cumulus type of places over there. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Ben Parnas, followed by Travis Morgan.
Hi, Council. This is Ben again, speaking as a private citizen. It's cool to see the update from the staff, so thank you, staff, for sharing that. I had a couple thoughts, and I think they kind of line up with what one of our previous speakers here said, which is largely that, some of the best things that we can do to build this space as a more connected part of our city and to really encourage developers in this area to be interested and incentivized to undergo these types of transformations and take on these projects is to really offer good connectivity and offer public space in a way that really adds to it and also celebrates the current architecture and land use that's over there in the Hayden Tract. I mainly wanted to suggest multiple and as many as possible connections to Bionna Creek along this section. It can be a car-free boulevard in itself. If you have multiple points of access, people can consider it an extension of, their space, and it'll be both usable for recreation, but also for transportation. I'd also look at Higuera and Ince Avenue as potential access points to the Hayden Tract. I didn't see those specifically called out in the map, but I may have missed it there. I definitely think, more density is going to encourage more development and more available resources for the city to do great things with this space. So I hope we're able to make some good calls on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for item A5 is Travis Morgan.
Thank you, team. Member of BPAC and member of LCI, but speaking for Trav on this one. So I would like to lift up the possibility of looking into envelope or form-based zoning in this area versus very specific, designations in terms of densities and whatnot. It can give developers a lot more flexibility in what they do, and yet it still maintains the exterior, meaning that you're not going to have like a 20-story high-rise next to a single-family home or things like that. So it's kind of a win-win for the community. I was really pleased to see the proposed improvements for National Boulevard. As we know, a real challenge in our pedestrian and bicycle network on National. I would also encourage us to look at, there's a little strip of this that kind of circles the Rancho Higuera neighborhood at the potential of building kind of LCI-style buildings along National if we're going to have this nice, more tree-lined street and things like this where it'd be more pleasant to actually live. Amen to all of the mentions of open space and paseos and trees and whatnot. And lastly, I'd encourage us to take a look at cul-de-sac Tempe, which is the car-free community in Tempe, Arizona, in the greater Phoenix area. Phoenix is a terribly sprawled city if you've ever been there, and yet they're having wild success with their car-free community, over 1,000 homes car-free in Tempe. So a model that we could take a look at there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, let's go to comments from council, starting with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for all the work put into this and all the speakers who came out. So just a couple of quick comments. So I do support looking into it as hotels and obviously the PAOs and open space. I want to make sure that we also look into or look at as a money-making opportunity for the city where we have to, I think, attract businesses, because ultimately the revenue that businesses bring in the city compared to housing brings in nothing to the city. And then even thinking outside of the box in terms of, I think LA is doing it where they have a Costco down below and then housing up on top, which be a tremendous win-win all the way around, but just some outside of the sort of envelope, outside of the pocket thinking on it. And I think definitely affordable housing should be included in any portion of what we're building now. And I like in the staff report, they were talking about tiering, so tiering the height away from the Rancho Higuera neighborhood. You know, a lot of the speakers spoke about, you know, density and height, and, you know, the more the merrier, and the taller the better. But I don't know that they necessarily live in that neighborhood, and I don't live in that neighborhood, but I don't know that it's necessarily fair to say, well, this is what we're going to put, and that's that, and really, we need to be mindful of those neighbors as we move forward. I don't know if I missed anything or not, but those are some of my no? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Thanks to the speakers. Thanks again, guys, for your presentation and from above. I'm really excited about all of this. I think there's so much great. Oh, I guess city attorney's looking at me. I do live within, I guess, the distance that could be considered a reason for a conflict, but I did consult with the city attorney and basically looked at the disqualifying impacts that may be there, and we do not believe that they exist. So putting that out there. Ballona Creek is such an incredible potential for us. Looking at all the diagrams and renderings that were presented, yes to basically all of it. I hope to be running again soon on the streets, but when I was running, I would run through the Hayden Tract up and down every street, and it's incredibly unwalkable, anti-pedestrian, anything friendly, and it was originally an industrial zone district. Where there are super skinny sidewalks, there's giant wood electrical poles, there's parking meters, there's venting things. It's just terrible, and it all looks beautiful. I love what is presented for National Boulevard. I think that's great. Some things I would like to see is, where we can have developers contribute to undergrounding all those power lines that are through there. This whole area is potentially going to be redeveloped over the next 10, 20 years. So each time we do that, let's find a way to get these developers to underground those power lines and beautify our airspace. Yes to more bridges across Ballona Creek. I know we're looking at the possibility of one at Ince, and I know that there's some designs in the Ballona Creek extension that the council supported a couple years ago that adds a bridge from in that part of Ballona Creek, the west side of it, to the east side, so it can travel further, so the bike path can travel further into mid-city. Those are great opportunities. The Paseo, I want every single inch of real estate between the bike path and the private properties to be landscaped and beautiful and permeable and native plants and places for people to walk and sit and ride their bikes. I saw some incredible redevelopment of the channels in Austin when I was there at South by Southwest. I think it's a great example of how to do that. I think we should be going in that direction. So yeah, I know it's further down the line, but looking at how we can direct impact fees to accomplishing those goals, I think would be incredible. I echo what Ms. Black said, and kind of Councilmember Vera shared it as well. Whatever we can do to incentivize a mixed development so that we can support our added density with tax generation is really important. I don't know what envelope or form-based density is. I'll look it up, Trav, and come back to you on that. I was trying to Google it, and it was too long for me to read it this time. Something that I've heard at a couple of seminars I've gone to is the comment from a consultant that said, don't just give away density. And I think what that means is provide incentives, which we do for affordability, but also, maybe for some of these other elements that will make it more livable, more walkable. There's ways to offer more density if they give us those things, I think would be great. We didn't really talk about it here, but I know that it's a conversation about cul-de-sacing some of those streets around Higuera so that we can protect those. I mean, the traffic, and I'm seeing it now that I'm down there. It doesn't impact me, but I see coming off of Higuera to Robertson, I doubt all those cars are coming from the homes that are there. I'm sure it's cut through traffic from transit, people moving through Culver City. So looking at that possibility. And then from the height perspective, I did a quick Google. So the Culver Hotel is 72 feet. I think that's the tallest building in Culver City right now. No? There's something taller? Okay. Well, it's one of the tallest. So the option B with the highest elevation, I guess, is 110 feet, right? It's on there. Relative to the Culver Hotel, is it Ivy that's taller? Maybe.
There's a hotel in Fox Hills.
Got it. Okay. It's 40 feet taller than the Culver Hotel, and I think that fits nicely as a beautiful piece of architecture in downtown. Relative to those gigantic buildings across the creek, Cumulus is 320 feet, so almost three times taller than what our proposed highest building is. The Wrapper building, the controversial styled architecture piece, is 235 feet. So 110 feet would be less than half of the Wrapper and a third of the Cumulus building, which is just 100 feet away about from where the Hayden Tract is. So I love the way all this is going. I'm excited to hear the next steps. I think we're going in the right direction, but just whatever we can do to incentivize all of these public improvements that we want to make this a really unique, artistic, walkable, livable space that makes that creek less industrial feeling and more like a place where you want to hang out, I would love. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Really appreciate staff. Thanks so much to our consultants. And Ashley, it's always good to hear from you. I just have a little running list of things to uplift, and we are just over the 11 p.m. mark, so I will try to be as brief as possible. We thought we might be getting out before 11, not quite. All right, so definitely more in favor of height alternative B. I did want to just ask a quick clarifying question around, I know we heard from some of our community members, and thanks again for hanging on with us tonight and your comments. For our community members that, we can zone, but if it's not attractive to developers, they won't build, which is something we all know. But is the zoning that we have uplifted for this plan, do you all think it's feasible for and attractive for potential developers given the current, whatever the state of the world we're in right now?
Yeah.
Sorry to take it there.
Thank you, Councilmember. And as to the time, you'll probably be happy to know planning doesn't have any action items for your next meeting. So I feel like we always slow it up. So apologies. Yeah, we've done some, Troy reminded me, some pro forma testing.
Okay.
We've done a lot of outreach with stakeholders. Reminder to council, we are also in the process of a hotel study, hotel feasibility study that will wrap up in May, June, that includes a few sites in this zone of the Hayden Tract to look at. So.
Got it. Great. Awesome. Thank you for that. So that's encouraging. I did just, I really appreciated what Ms. Black lifted up around some of the car-free areas and just kind of emphasizing the desire for a bit more imagination or flexibility in the plans of things that we don't typically see in Culver City. So I just wanted to sort of amplify that for that opportunity for potentially some more pedestrian car-free zones. Also wanted to just do a +1 for additional access to the creek, specifically the Ince Boulevard to Creek opportunity. I thought that was pretty cool. Love the complete streets. Love the open spaces. Obviously open to hotels or other businesses as they are potentially coming online. And I did just want to uplift. I'm always keenly aware about the fact that Culver City was a former sundown town. So for me and for many folks that were historically excluded from being in this community, buying in this community, housing means everything. There are more opportunities also for more sustainable options of planning, overall better use of space. Housing is just so incredibly important. So I really just wanted to kind of center that as well in this conversation, because who you allow to be a part of your community, how you plan, it informs how everyone experiences your community. And I hope we never take that lightly or for granted. And I just wanted to uplift again, it is a gift to be curious, to have vision, and to imagine a new way of doing things, and to be curious about what's possible. So again, just want to center that in this very cool opportunity that we have to support the Hayden Tract. Excited for the Fox Hills opportunity to come back whenever that is coming down the track. And thank you again to staff for all the hard work and consultants on that as well. But yes, just excited for this opportunity to support the Hayden Tract community in this way. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Munzer and Mr. Evangelo, for all the work that's gone into this and to our commenters. I'm really, like my colleagues, enthusiastic about the direction and, just a couple things that were exciting in, the comments that have been received, the complete streets, obviously, surprise, surprise, pedestrianization, the car-free elements. That I really think this is an opportunity to think big and to really put something forth that can show the direction and where our city is going and where our city is headed in the future. I think that's what makes this specific plan so exciting and promising. So thank you for kind of seizing that opportunity and to the folks who have commented with such great ideas. I heard a comment about form-based zoning from Trav. That is something that I think is really interesting. I don't know if it's we got to evacuate. I don't know if it's something that we can do in this plan. I know we're kind of pretty far into it, but it is something that I think in the future, when we look at our next housing element, I think it's an interesting prospect because it asks us, what do we want our buildings to look and feel like, rather than how many people should be allowed to live here. And so I just ask that even if that's not something that we're pursuing in this plan, if that's something that we can start looking at for our housing element. I know that's sort of like the next frontier for a lot of folks who are hoping to bring more housing into our urban core. And then Yeah, I just want to ask about the dwelling units per acre, the density that for alternate B that's listed there. And I've talked to you, Director Munzer, about this, but so the 85-foot, the middle tier rung is currently at, I think, 100, it's listed as 100. In the SB 79 plan, and there's a lot of overlap, I know, there's not 100% overlap, but there is some overlap between the SB 79 zone and the Hayden Tract plan. That 85 height limit has 140, so it's just a small increase from 100 to 140. And I'm wondering, I hear a lot about how consistency is really important for developers, that having consistent standards applied across the city is helpful for them to understand what they can and can't build. And I've also heard that SB 79 was designed intentionally with those density to height ratios to try to create those homes and, to try to allow for, feasible homes there. So I'm just curious if that sounds like something the council could, was there a reason for the 100 versus 140? And could we, council, give direction to potentially just bring those in line with each other? It's a small increase, but it could just allow for more consistency.
I'll let Troy respond.
Yeah, so you are right in the sense that in certain SB 79 areas, they do have the higher density, 140 dwelling units per acre, but that is focused right around the core of the station, of the transit station. So as you move further out, the densities decrease, and most of the Hayden Tract actually would fall within 80 dwelling units per acre. So what the specific plan is proposing is actually above and beyond what SB 79 would otherwise mandate as far as height and density.
I completely hear that, and that's the way I saw it as well. If we're gonna allow 85, I'm wondering if it makes sense to allow the corresponding density. If we're gonna allow a height of 85, I'm wondering if it makes sense to allow the corresponding density that SB 79 allows. You're right, we're allowing much higher than what SB 79 would allow in these areas, but the density is not the same, it's lower. So I'm just wondering if it would make sense to just consolidate just to make it more consistent. If those SB 79 ratios were indeed designed to make housing more feasible.
I think that's something that, given the direction to explore a TOD alternative plan, that might be something that we could look into at that phase where, having more density in this particular area because of the height limits that we're allowing. If we didn't do it as part of the TOD alternative plan, if we did it as a standalone piece right now with this plan, there could be potential other environmental implications on maybe the CEQA front that we hadn't anticipated.
Yeah, that's an option. And then Vice Mayor, when we spoke, I do think that it's an opportunity before we come back again to do, to look at this, at the height alternative B in the 85 feet and make sure that the 100 units per acre isn't something that we can, model at 140 based on SB 79. We're not prepared to do that right now, but we can take a look at it.
Brilliant. Yeah, thanks for considering it. It's something I just, want to ensure that if there is a method to that madness of that ratio, then, just want to see if that's something that makes sense for this area as well. And then that would be the same for the 110-foot density. There is no 110-foot height, or the 110-foot height. There's no 110-foot height for SB 79, but it sounds like if we did 140 for 85 feet height, then maybe we would want to increase the density for.
Yeah,
for
we would
that
have to
run.
do a corresponding change then to the highest height alternative.
Okay, so I guess, colleagues, I'd be interested in just exploring that in case that consistency can allow for more consistent development, more consistent housing types, and just more feasible projects in general. And then I wanted to ask about the hotel incentive. I agree, we need that hotel revenue. So I'm grateful that we're doing this. It is higher than our housing, than our height limits. So I'm wondering if with density bonuses, if those housing projects can also reach the same height as the hotel incentive, the 120 feet.
Potentially, they should be able to, with density bonus, being able to go extra floors, yeah.
Okay.
But again, density bonus is very project specific. It depends on the number of affordable units and the level of affordability, the size of the site, the base zoning. So, but yes, kind of generally speaking, they probably could reach the same height.
Okay, thank you. I think my curiosity is about the 85-foot height, that middle rung, because that rung allows for the 120-foot hotels. And so, I think the incentive is important for the hotels. My understanding is a lot of developers either are hotel developers or they're housing developers, and maybe they do a project where there's both. But I'm just curious if those 85-foot, if that 85-foot height limit, those projects will be able to reach. If not, I would be in favor of a higher height there, just so if we're allowing hotel projects to get there, we're also allowing housing projects to be at that similar height.
Vice Mayor, for clarification, when you say there, do you mean the 85-foot zone?
Yeah, the 85-foot zone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those are my thoughts. I just, in the vein of wanting to both have the mixed-use areas, have projects that pencil, that are consistent across the city, and that don't confuse developers. Just want to make sure that we have those standards pretty clear. And then the open space incentive program, or the increased height and density incentive program, sounds like a great way to get some of those community benefits that we're looking for. So thank you for including that. And just want to share my excitement for that, and whatever we need to offer to ensure that those projects get open space and get those paseos and break up those buildings and those community amenities, I think would be important. I think that's all I have. The Hayden Avenue Bridge would be amazing if one of the projects would build a bridge to Jefferson from the creek. Let's make that happen. All right, thanks, y'all. Thank you, Mayor.
But before you go, Mayor, Vice Mayor, did I miss your spiel?
No.
Okay.
You didn't. I just didn't get it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, similarly to what my colleague shared, I also I have a lease, I'm a renter with close proximity to the plan boundaries, and I've conferred with the city attorney to understand the disqualifying impacts, and I don't believe any impacts are triggered here in relation to the property I'm leasing. Thank you.
Great, thanks for all the work again. Thanks for the public comments. In some ways, I feel like we're at the dreaming stage, so I think we shouldn't limit ourselves, and we should, the sky's the limit. And we should be as intentional, creative, and thoughtful as possible. And I would support, obviously, moving the direction of increasing or looking at the density, acres per unit. Requiring affordable housing, the bridges, let's see, complete streets. I mean, just everything that's been said, basically. I think I'm just repeating everything. So, yeah, that is going to be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the direction we need. We appreciate all of your support, all of your time, always. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Any other public comments on items on the agenda?
We have one more comment from Travis Morgan.
Just can't get rid of me. So this one is one I haven't talked to anyone about, but it's actually very important. So if you're not aware, the National Park Service has an LA coastal study area that goes from Will Rogers all the way down, but it also includes Ballona Creek and the Conservancy as part of their study area. They're currently in their period of receiving public comment right now, and it would be very valuable to have a resolution from the City Council supporting this, particularly the Ballona Creek, stretch and the Conservancy. This could potentially bring millions of dollars of National Park Service money to things like rewilding, things like, having additional access to the bike path and things like this. So it could be a real benefit to our community. I would just ask for nodding heads. I would imagine it would probably fall under Parks, Rec, and Community Service to bring back something as quickly as possible, because the public comment period actually closes April 6th. I know our next meeting is not till April 13th. Because it's coming from a city, I would suspect that they would accept it after the deadline, but not much after. So, Ballona Creek Renaissance is also on this, and so they can collaborate with the city in terms of language in a resolution. But just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm familiar with this, and I agree. I would like to do a resolution, even direct staff to model it after existing so it doesn't have to come back for approval.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing nodded heads, right? Yeah. Great. All right, any items from members or any items to agendize?
I wanted to follow up on what Ms. Barba lifted up earlier around the ICE apprehension after being in PD custody last week. So I know we likely, we've already discussed the flock contract, so, but I'm curious, and I think that the public is curious around how the awareness happened if there's no collaboration. So I don't know if there's been an investigation, but I'm curious about a report back on that, and for there to be some explanation of how something like that could have happened, unless they're always in front of PD, which I don't think is true. So I would love to have nodding heads to have a conversation to understand how that happened. If not through a flock hit, then how ICE became aware of the person. So we'd like to have that conversation.
Are you interested in just a point of clarification in a report back or like an agendized topic, just to want to clarify?
Well, based on the report back, I think there should be a conversation about that. However, the information was ascertained. I think we should have some sort of a next step from that. I hope that was clear.
So it's for the report back is what you're asking? Yep, okay.
So would this be, because the word report back, are you asking that the police department come during items from staff and discuss and talk about this?
Sure.
Is that what you'd like?
That's a quicker way to do it, that would be great. Yep.
Great.
Support.
All right, anything else?
I just want to say I support that. Thank you.
Oh, I did
So
too.
we have nodding heads from Councilmember McMorrin, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish.
Anything from anyone else? All right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second from Councilmember Vera to adjourn. Please vote. The time is 11:26, and we are indeed adjourned.